Chapter 95. Flying out of the canyon, there was a huge mountain forest with towering trees. Hundreds of years old trees could be seen everywhere. Their roots were like dragons, strong and powerful. Zi-chun smashed his head into the mountain forest, running for his life. He was sure that the old man in the carriage was not dead and was waiting to kill Wang Qiong. Therefore, during this period of time, he ran as far as he could. The wind whistled in his ears as Zi-chen's body turned into lightning, displaying extreme speed as he dashed into the forest. He did not know how strong the old man was, but since he dared to kill the #1 genius of Red Cloud City, he must be very confident. Cold shouts could be heard from behind. Many experts were approaching, and Wang Qiong's people were chasing after them, thinking that they were from the Godly Slaughter Pavilion. "Don't chase me. I am not from the Godly Slaughter Pavilion." Misunderstanding. This is a big misunderstanding. Zi-chin continued to run at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, he shouted loudly to defend himself. "Little thief, only a ghost would believe your words. If you have the ability, stop right there. You're so young, yet you don't learn good things. You actually learned to be an assassin and did such horrible things. You can't be forgiven." Angry shouts could be heard from behind. "I am innocent. I am not an assassin. They just kidnapped me by accident." Zi-chin complained incessantly. Fortunately, he was fast enough. "Humph, who are you trying to fool?" Someone had already caught up from behind. It was the true energy boundary expert. Zi-chin could not fight against such a person. There was a difference of 2 realms and 6 or 7 minor realms between them. Zi-chin could only run for his life. "Look at how handsome and confident I am. Then look at those assassins. Which one of them isn't ordinary? You can tell just by looking at their appearance." Zi-chin took to his heels and ran. Lightning flickered continuously as he flew through the dense forest at an extremely fast speed. "Bullshit, don't be so narcissistic. We have been observing you for a long time. You are in the same group." The true energy boundary expert was getting closer and closer. His speed was even faster than Zi-chen's. "That is a misunderstanding." Zi-chen let out a strange cry and swallowed a qi-returning pill. His speed once again increased. Recently, his Lightning 9 deaths had made great progress, and he had long since reached a higher level. Otherwise, he would have long been caught by a true element boundary existence. Even the 1,000 illusions, sword formation, couldn't kill you. I've finally seen a living person. It seems like even Big Brother has miscalculated sometimes. At this moment, a light laughter rang out like the chirping of a mandarin duck. A red light flashed, and a figure appeared in front of them. It was a young woman about 10 years old. Her face was like jade, and she had a slender figure. Her waist was slim, and her legs were straight. Her red clothes fluttered in the wind, and she had a unique temperament. Her feet didn't touch the ground as she stood between the treetops. Her clothes fluttered as if she was a dancing fairy. Her jade-like face carried a playful smile. This was a beauty, a living beauty. Her appearance caused Zi-chen's heart to involuntarily waver. But that was it. In the next instant, a terrifying aura gushed forth from this beauty. This aura far surpassed ordinary true element boundary cultivators. Evidently, she had already walked a very long path in the true element boundary. The #2 genius of Yunxia City, Wang Xian-er, the beautiful woman, blocked his path. Zi-chen abruptly halted as he exclaimed in shock. "You recognized me with a single glance, and you still dare to say that you are innocent?" Her voice was like an oriole flying out of a valley. Her voice was clear and melodious, yet there was a sense of coldness in it. Zi-chan wanted nothing more than to slap himself twice. He hurriedly explained, "Misunderstanding, it's really a misunderstanding. I spoke without thinking. I've heard of Mrs. name before." The sound of wind whistling could be heard from behind. This wasn't a good place to stay for long. As the sound of Zi Chen's voice faded, he tapped the ground and transformed into a bolt of lightning as he sped off in another direction. Since you are innocent, why are you running away? Lin Xian's robes fluttered in the wind as she gracefully floated over, blocking Zi Chen's path. I'm afraid that you people can't differentiate between good and bad and would kill people for no reason. Zi Chen's silhouette flickered as he executed the 9 deaths of lightning, wanting to flee. Lin Xian's countenance instantly turned cold. She snorted lightly. You still dare to quibble? Your heavenly slaughter pavilion is extremely cruel, not even sparing ordinary mortals just to scheme against us siblings. How can we spare people like you? Her words were filled with killing intent. Evidently, this little beauty hated those from the heavenly slaughter pavilion to the core. She abhorred evil as if it was her personal enemy and had some sense of kindness. It's a misunderstanding. This is the first time I've heard of the heavenly slaughter pavilion. Their appearances are ordinary, just like mortals. Look at me. I'm so handsome and suave, exuding an air of elegance and elegance. How can I be ordinary? You guys are wrongly accusing me. Zi Chen's silhouette flickered unceasingly, darting left and right as lightning crackled around him, wanting to rush out. However, Lin Xian was akin to an immortal descending to the mortal world. Her movements were graceful, and her movements were light and graceful, always able to obstruct Zi Chen. With the difference of 2 major levels and the fact that he met a genius, Zi Chen was helpless. What a lecher! You have killed countless people, yet you still dare to speak such frivolous words. Prepare to die. Lin Xian coldly snorted. Her jade-like finger stabbed out as a beam of red light appeared, akin to a wriggling spirit serpent, illuminating the entire mountain forest. Arg, you are serious. I'm really innocent. Zi Chen let out a strange cry. Silvery light flashed from his finger as a thick bolt of lightning appeared, bringing with it the sound of rumbling thunder. Boom! The beam of red light flashed like a spirit serpent, exuding an incomparable might. In an instant, the bolt of lightning shattered as Zi Chen was flung backwards. Zi Chen was taken aback. The qi and blood in his body churned violently as his legs flickered, wanting to flee in another direction. However, Lin Xian's speed was even faster. Her beautiful eyes flickered as though she was taken aback. She took the initiative to block Zi Chen before stabbing out with her finger once more. Light and indifferent, the beam of red light appeared once more. Arg! Zi Chen roared in anger. His eyes flashed with astral light as he clenched his fists. The silvery light on his fists shone even more resplendently, resembling a tyrannical demonic beast as he punched out. Boom! This tyrannical punch was infused with his essence, qi, and soul. It was currently Zi Chen's most powerful punch. This punch could shatter the body of a Xiantian realm expert, but when facing a true energy realm genius, it was still too weak. The silvery light on his fist shattered as Zi Chen was flung backwards, coughing out blood. Pum! In an instant, Zi Chen's body landed on the ground. But in the next instant, several weapons gleamed with a cold light as they moved with lightning speed towards his neck. Don't kill him. For such an evil person, killing him on the spot would be letting him off too lightly. Bring him back to Yunxia City and parade him through the streets. Lin Xian's figure flickered as she landed on the ground. Her movements were light and graceful, subduing Zi Chen with just 2 simple strikes. Yes, the group of experts who rushed over respectfully bowed and directly propped up Zi Chen. Zi Chen's lips were stained with blood. He was defeated by a young girl in 2 moves. He finally understood the difference between him and a genius. At this moment, he stood up and glared at Lin Xian with a baleful look in his eyes. Brat, close your dog eyes. How can an inhumane person like you see the beauty of our miss? Be careful that I don't gouge your eyes out. At the side, a true energy realm expert coldly spoke. Prop him up and break his bones when we bring him back. After that, we will parade him through the streets to prevent him from suddenly going crazy and injuring ordinary people. Humph, you can't even differentiate between good and bad. You even captured the wrong person. What bullshit, genius miss. I think she's just a little bit asterisk. Ziqin had no power or background. Right now, he was even labeled as a villain. There was no way he could clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. There was no way he could defend himself and could only hurl insults at the true energy realm expert. You, how dare you? The true energy realm expert was enraged. He stretched out his palms, wanting to slap Ziqin's face twice. Hold it. Lin Xian, Ori's countenance turned ashen. She gritted her teeth and spoke. You say that I've wronged you? Where did that come from? Do you dare to say that you didn't come here together with them? That's right, we did come here together, but I was threatened halfway through. You guys can't differentiate between good and bad, killing people for no reason. Little b asterisk tch, I thought you were pretty, but I didn't expect you to be a brainless woman with big breasts. Ziqin coldly snorted. He had already thrown caution to the wind. Brat, you are courting death. The true energy realm expert was enraged. His aura billowed as his astral energy gushed forth, aiming for Ziqin's head. A beam of red light appeared, resembling a spirit serpent coiling around the true energy realm expert's arm. The true energy realm expert trembled as he retracted his hand. Second miss, you are pure and kind-hearted. Please don't be fooled by him. Lin Xian was so angry that her lungs were about to explode from anger. However, she couldn't allow others to say such things. Not only that, she could see that this young man's strength was ordinary, but his movement techniques were extremely profound, and he could even unleash a strike of lightning. He could be considered an unconventional genius. There was no need for the heavenly slaughter pavilion to send him out. With doubts in her heart, Lin Xian didn't want to kill Ziqin. Bring him back first. We will slowly interrogate him. Lin Xian gritted her teeth as she finally spoke. Yes. The few of them glared at Ziqin, as though they were saying that his life was really tough, after which they dragged Ziqin away and returned to the heavenly slaughter pavilion. At this moment, a terrifying pressure bore down from the heavens as a torrential aura ravaged the area. A raging wind gusted, causing the trees to sway violently. A gigantic gap appeared in the sky as a gray-robed old man stood in the air. His entire body was stained with blood, and numerous holes could be seen on his gray robes. His mental state was dispirited, but his aura was extremely powerful. Flying in the air, he can actually fly. Upon seeing the old man, Ziqin was greatly taken aback. He would have never imagined that there would be a cultivator who could fly. Flying in the air was akin to a gigantic bird, capable of soaring through the skies. The old man stood in the air, his eyes flashing like lightning as his killing intent towered up to the heavens. Upon seeing Ziqin, his eyes narrowed as he coldly spoke. Brat, your life is truly tough. So many people have died, yet you are still alive. Also, little lass, since I can't kill your elder brother, killing you will be the same. As the sound of his voice faded, the aura of the old man changed once more, becoming as majestic as a mountain. With a lift of his hand, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gushed forth as a gigantic palm imprint appeared in the air, exuding a destructive aura. Boom! The palm imprint slammed down, exuding a torrential aura. The trees below were unable to withstand the might of the palm imprint, and all of them exploded into sawdust. Protect the second Mississippi! Everyone gave up on Ziqin. Their auras gushed forth as they rushed towards Lin Xian. The torrential pressure was like a gigantic mountain pressing down on his head. Ziqin had no way to endure it. He sat down on the ground as his countenance drastically changed. His eyes were filled with despair. Who would be able to block such an attack? Pum! The 100-year-old trees were extremely sturdy, yet they still exploded into pieces. The sawdust were like hidden weapons, hurtling downwards with great speed. Boom! Chapter 96. The palm strike brought with it a terrifying might that enveloped an area of dozens of meters. It landed with a loud boom, and its aura surged. Those from Yunxia City all rushed towards Lin Xian, protecting her with their lives. As for Ziqin, he was all alone, his eyes filled with despair. How could he, a mere Jinqi realm cultivator, defend against such an attack? With the palm imprint as the center, a vacuum zone appeared. The old man stood in the air, his countenance cold and his aura as heavy as a mountain. Lin Xian's body erupted with a blinding red light. Her eyes were incomparably clear as streams of true energy circulated around her body, blocking this attack. Boom! The palm imprint finally landed. At this moment, the sounds of bones shattering and screams of agony rang out clearly. It was unknown how many people had been killed by this terrifying palm imprint. Those at the Xiantian realm would die upon contact, their bodies exploding. Ziqin could feel the danger of death. This palm imprint was akin to the might of the heavens. It wasn't something a mere Jinqi realm cultivator like him could block. At this moment, everyone was focused on protecting Lin Xian. No one bothered about him. What awaited him was death. Bzzz. At this critical moment, Ziqin's chest suddenly trembled. The circular black armor suddenly emitted a black light. It surged toward Ziqin's body like water. In an instant, Ziqin was protected in the middle. Boom! As the palm imprint slammed down, the destructive aura completely erupted. Everything within a radius of tens of meters was turned into a vacuum zone, filled with deathly stillness. The 100-year-old trees vanished as countless bits of wood danced in the air. Haha, geniuses of Yunxia City, go to hell. The gray-robed old man stood in the air, his eyes flashing with lightning as he laughed maniacally. At this moment he sensed a commotion below, and after which he saw numerous flashes of red light. Still not dead. The old man coldly laughed. His aura billowed once more as he slammed down with his palm imprints. In an instant, 3 terrifying palm imprints descended from the sky, blasting downwards. Boom! 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 The palm imprints slammed into the ground, emitting a terrifying aura. The earth caved in for tens of meters as a clear, 5-fingered palm imprint could be seen. Let's see if you still won't die. The elder sneered. After 4 consecutive attacks, he was confident that everyone was dead. However, he still didn't give up and prepared to attack 2 more times. Heavenly slaughter, old geezer, die. Suddenly, a cold shout rang out from the horizon. Wang Jinwei transformed into a stream of light and caught up. Wang Jinwei, your second heaven has already died, so I'm leaving. You have to be careful. In the future, if there are powers willing to pay a high price for your life, we will accept it. The gray-robed old man laughed wildly and disappeared into the horizon. The great earth was deathly still. Flesh and blood were everywhere, and there were no complete bodies. Bang! Suddenly, a figure rushed out from the deep pit. A guy with a dusty face appeared. His clothes were tattered, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. That was close. That was close. Ziqin took out the black disc from his bosom and looked at the complicated patterns on it. He hugged it and kissed it. It was all thanks to this that he had escaped death. What a pity. Such a beauty died just like that. Ziqin sighed in his heart. Bang! Suddenly, another sound rang out. Beams of red light radiated from Lin Xian as she appeared. Her red robes fluttered in the wind, and she was actually untainted by even a speck of dust. Her countenance was like jade, but there were traces of blood at the corner of her mouth. It seemed that she was injured as well. You didn't die? Lin Xian appeared. When she saw Zi-chun hugging the black disc and kissing it, she was instantly shocked. Her beautiful eyes widened as though she was looking at a 1,000-year-old turtle. His vitality was simply too exuberant. It was already a miracle that he didn't die in the 1,000 illusions sword formation earlier. Now he didn't die in the hands of an ascendant. Zi-chun was also taken aback. He turned his head and stared at Lin Xian. He didn't expect that she would still be alive. Hence, his lips were still pouting, as though he was preparing to kiss Lin Xian. You lecher. Lin Xian was enraged. Her jade-like face instantly turned red like an apple, beautiful and adorable. Misunderstanding. Zi-chun regained his composure and hurriedly explained. After which, he kept the black disc, and with a tap of his foot, he transformed into a beam of silver light and prepared to flee. If he didn't flee now, when would he be able to? At this moment, another sound rang out. A middle-aged man clad in armor jumped out. His entire body was covered in mud, and his mouth and nose were stained with blood. He was in an extremely sorry state. His body trembled as he drilled out from the ground. You didn't die? He saw Zi-chun first. He was a little dizzy and said in a daze. Although he was not dead, his life was in danger. Aren't you not dead as well? Zi-chun rolled his eyes and ignored the middle-aged man. With a tap of his foot, he dashed out, transforming into a bolt of lightning as he sped towards the depths of the forest. You lecher, don't leave. Lin Xian leaped up, her silhouette floating in the air as she roared, chasing after Zi-chun. After a few breaths of time, the sound of breaking wind rang out. Wang Qiong, who was clad in azure armor, appeared and landed in the deep pit. He saw the middle-aged man on the verge of death. How did this happen? Wang Luo, how are you? Wang Qiong helped the middle-aged man up, a look of concern on his face. An old man attacked. All of us died. That brat ran away. The second miss chased after him. Wang Luo was exhaling more than he was inhaling. Although Wang Qiong stuffed large amounts of pills into his mouth, it was useless. I can't. Wang Luo shook his head with difficulty. My inner organs have been completely shattered. The only reason I'm still alive is because of my last breath. Wang Luo's voice was much clearer than before. The second miss was injured and chased after that brat. There's something strange about that brat. He actually didn't die. The second miss might be in danger. Don't say any more. I brought you back for treatment, but she didn't even care about your life and death. Why are you still worried about her? It's not like that. When the second miss left, she gave me pills and quintessential yuan. Otherwise, I would have died long ago. She snuck out and was afraid that you would punish her. So, she didn't know about my injuries. I'm already satisfied that I can survive for a while in the hands of a Zephyr Realm expert. Wang Luo's voice became softer and softer, until he finally fell silent. Damned Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion. Damned Heavenly Slaughter Old Ghost. I, Wang Qiong, will definitely pay them a visit in the future. Wang Qiong's voice was cold and filled with boundless killing intent. After a while, Wang Jinwei came over and shook his head. He ran away. At the crucial moment, he used an escape technique and sacrificed his cultivation in exchange for speed. Second uncle, you bury them first. I'll chase after Xian. Wang Qiong stood up. What? Xian is here too? Wang Jinwei's expression changed. Yes, she went to chase after that brat. That brat is really lucky. I'm afraid that Xian might be in danger. After speaking, Wang Qiong leaped up. His body flickered with azure light. After finding some clues, he chased after that brat. Zi-chun kept leaping in the forest. His body turned into lightning and his speed was very fast. In his heart, a steady stream of energy flowed into his body and healed his injuries quickly. Behind him, Wang Xian was like a light swan. She turned into a red light and flew between the branches without touching the ground. She wanted to catch up with Zi-chun. I say, why are you chasing me? We're not in the same group. That old man wanted to kill me just now. Didn't you see? Zichen explained as he ran. Fortunately, Wang Xian was injured and her speed was greatly reduced. Otherwise, Zichen would have been caught long ago. Since you're innocent, why are you running? Follow me to Yunxia City. I'll investigate this matter. Wang Xian's body was light and her voice was clear and pleasant. However, she kept chasing after Zichen. Zichen was able to avoid the 1,000 illusion sword formation at the true energy realm. He could even withstand several attacks from Zephyr realm experts without dying. Wang Xian was extremely curious about him. Moreover, she had sneaked out this time. If she went back rashly, she would definitely be punished. Only by bringing this strange guy back could she explain herself. If I go back with you, I won't be able to keep my life. Zichen rolled his eyes and increased his speed. The two chased each other at a very fast speed. During this time, Zichen hurriedly picked a few wild fruits and ate them. His mouth was full of sourness. In order to replenish his energy, he could only swallow them. Wang Xian was curious. She stretched out her slender hands and picked a fruit. She took a small bite, but she couldn't stop spitting. Her mouth was full of sourness. She couldn't help but ask, "How do I eat this?" "You're the daughter of a big family. Of course you don't need to eat it. I'm just a poor boy. If I don't eat it, I won't eat it," Zichen said unhappily. However, he didn't slow down at all. He hugged the shriveled bag tightly in his arms. This was his only belongings. There were vitality stones and elixirs. Both parties chased each other for a few hundred miles. After another 4 hours, the other party still didn't give up. "I say, are you crazy? Why are you chasing me? I didn't kill anyone. On the contrary, I saved an entire village." Zichen's words were getting more and more impolite. This was because he had swallowed a few energy recovery pills during this period. The more he used, the less energy recovery pills he had. "Humph, you're disrespectful to me. All the more I can't let you go." Wang Xian wrinkled her nose and snorted. Her clear and melodious voice was already filled with anger. "You little b***tch. You can't differentiate between good and bad." Zichen didn't hold back. In the blink of an eye, another 2 hours had passed. Zichen had exhausted a lot of energy. On the other hand, the other party's body and mind were light. Not only was she not exhausted, but her speed had also increased. It seemed like her injuries were almost healed. Is she a monster? Does she have a special heart too? Zichen jumped in fright. If the other party was like him and could quickly recover from his injuries, then the only thing that awaited him was to be captured. Moreover, he kept calling her a little b***tch. She definitely wouldn't let him go. Zichen complained incessantly. However, he couldn't get rid of the other party. He felt very aggrieved. Just when he was at a loss, a sharp cry suddenly rang out from the sky. Following that, the wind howled. A huge shadow appeared in the sky, covering the sun. This was the cry of the rocks, and there was more than one of them. It was obvious that the martial ancestors' reinforcements had arrived. Zichen could already hear the shouts coming from the rocks. "Over here, over here." "Found him." This voice rang out continuously. The rocks flapped their wings and began to fly over. Gusts of wind swept up in the air. Chapter 97. The wingspan of the rocks was more than 10 meters long. Their black feathers were like cold iron, emitting a cold luster. They cried out continuously, calling for their companions. They covered the sky and cast a large shadow. The martial ancestors' reinforcements had finally arrived. The last time they tried to kill the Nimbus martial ancestor, they suffered heavy losses. One Zephyr realm expert died, several True Energy realm experts died, and many Xiantian realm experts died as well. Of the 5 rocks, 3 had died. This was a huge loss. When the black-clothed man returned to call for reinforcements, although he was angrily reprimanded. From another perspective, everyone guessed that the thing they were looking for was very likely in the hands of that young man. After using some connections, they found out the name of the young man, Ziqin, who had mastered the Thunderbolt finger and was very talented. Therefore, to be on the safe side, they sent many true energy realm experts this time. Among them, there were even more Xiantian realm experts. The cries of the rocks filled the sky as more and more rocks appeared, fluttering in the air. Soon after, silhouettes jumped off from the rocks and chased after Ziqin. This is such a bad time to come. Ziqin let out a strange cry. He turned his head again and chased in another direction. At the same time, many men in black rushed towards Ziqin. Battle cries shook the heavens. The peng bird spread its wings, releasing even more experts to surround Ziqin. Damn it! Ziqin cursed. He could only try his best to escape. However, the men of the martial ancestor had already surrounded him. Who are you? Suddenly, an angry roar came from afar. The martial ancestor is here to handle some matters. Those who are not involved should leave immediately. Martial ancestor, how impressive. This is the territory of Yunxia City, not your martial ancestor's territory. Wang Xian, Er's voice came. The people from the martial ancestor could already tell that Wang Xianer wasn't an ordinary person. Her red robes fluttered in the wind, and she was as graceful as a celestial being. Such a person wouldn't be a nameless nobody, nor would she be an ordinary person. They didn't want to fight, so they just said, "This is our martial ancestor's family affair. We hope that Miss can leave quickly, so as not to hurt each other." Wang Xian remained silent and hesitated. "It's her." Ziqin overheard their conversation. His eyes suddenly lit up as he came up with a plan. This lord was very strong. As a true element boundary genius, his battle prowess could not be calculated according to common sense. One is the martial ancestor, and the other is the Yunxia City. These two forces are on par with each other, and they should be able to contend with each other. Ziqin turned around and rushed towards Wang Xian. "Shao Xian, why are you still wasting your breath on them? These are the people I told you about. They are evil people. I didn't expect them to chase us all the way here." Ziqin turned into a flash of lightning and rushed forward. Before he even got close, he spoke. Wang Xian was stunned. She didn't know that Ziqin was talking to her. As for the martial ancestors' men, they were extremely vigilant. There was only one stranger here. If Ziqin wasn't talking to her, who else could he be talking to? Everyone was on guard. Everyone misunderstood. So Wang Xian tried to explain. "You, Shao Xian, kill them. You don't have to be polite with these evil people. Just kill them. Don't hesitate." Ziqin's body flashed with silver light as he rushed forward and interrupted Wang Xian. Ziqin turned into a flash of silver light and attacked an inborn expert. "That's him. Catch him. They are together. Do it. Kill." Ziqin's attack directly spurred the crowd on. In an instant, a battle broke out. Some attacked Ziqin, while others attacked Wang Xian. Boom! Ziqin threw out a punch. The silver light was dazzling and powerful. In an instant, an inborn expert was sent flying. Ziqin's attack was too ferocious. "Go to hell, you trash. Our reinforcements will be here soon." Ziqin was full of nonsense as he dodged continuously with his footwork. "Shao Xian, how long until our reinforcements arrive?" Ziqin was very familiar with her. He kept calling her Shao Xian and sounded very friendly. "Do I know you that well?" Wang Xian was flustered and exasperated. However, at this moment, someone had already attacked her. She had no choice but to retaliate. Like an immortal, she stepped lightly on the branches and leaves without touching the ground. Her body was nimble. Streaks of red light spread out from her body, like spiritual snakes dancing in the air. Pum! 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 In an instant, A few experts were swept by the red light and were sent flying. Their blood and chi were in turmoil. Xiao Xian, don't treat me like an outsider. I admit that I am a little handsome. I was harsh when I rejected you previously. But as I said, we can still be friends. At this juncture, you can't be angry with me. We have to work together to destroy the enemy. Zi Chen was full of nonsense. He was simply a blabbermouth. When his life was in danger, his eloquence suddenly became very good. Who wants to be friends with you? Wang Xian was furious. Her breathing was rapid and her chest was heaving up and down. Her proud twin peaks trembled as she attacked even more fiercely. All right, Xiao Xian, I admit that I am handsome, but you can't be like this. When it comes to relationships, it has to be consensual. You can't force it. Explosions sounded in the forest, but Zi Chen's mouth was not idle. You! Wang Xian, I was furious. I admit that I am extraordinary and handsome. But Xiao Xian, I can tell you clearly that you are also very beautiful. There will definitely be many people who like you. Why do you have to hang on to me? There are plenty of handsome guys in the world. Why do you have to fall in love with me alone? Zi Chen's eyes were filled with melancholy. I already have someone in my heart. Pui, why would I fancy you? Dream on. Hurry up and destroy this lecher. Oh no, capture him and let me destroy him. Wang Xian was infuriated. She had never suffered such grievances before. To think that she was actually being teased by a stranger. Xiao Xian, why do you have to do this? Is this how love turns to hate? Zi Chen's eyes were filled with melancholy, but his attacks were swift and fierce. One by one, the inborn experts were sent flying. However, his clothes were tattered. Ah, I'm so angry. You lecher. I must catch you personally. Wang Xian was about to go crazy. She shouted at the men in black, hurry up and capture him. Kill him. All right, then come and kill me. Xiao Xian, I didn't expect your love to turn to hate. It's all my fault. If you think that you will feel better if I die, then let me die. Zi Chen said with melancholy. Ah, I'm so angry. Wang Xian exclaimed. She was on the verge of breaking down. But before she could break down, the men in black beside her broke down first. We don't care what happened between you two, but please go somewhere else to flirt. Kill, kill without mercy. Let these two bastards flirt in hell. The men in black heard the fighting and rushed over. There were many of them. Among them, 8 were at the true energy realm and more than 10 were at the inborn realm. This was a powerful force. Hearing the men in black, Zi Chen smiled. He had achieved his goal. Who are you calling a couple? I don't know this lecher. Wang Xian said angrily. Her reputation was completely ruined today. How dare you say you don't know this lecher? Do you think we are idiots? Kill without mercy. With reinforcements, the men in black were emboldened. They were filled with killing intent and attacked continuously. Ah, all of you deserve to die. Wang Xian was finally enraged. She was completely enraged. Red light flashed around her and filled the entire forest. Streaks of red light were like spiritual snakes rushing in all directions. Pum, 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 pum. The red light flashed and was very powerful. The spiritual snakes exploded in front of the crowd, creating a strong impact. Some of the men in black were sent flying. Xiao Xian, not bad. Let me finish them. Zi Chen praised at the right time, following which he raised his saber and chopped off the head of a man in black. Fresh blood spurted out. Swoosh! At the same time, Zi Chen's figure flashed and rushed towards another man in black. Wang Xian had already gone berserk and attracted the attention of many experts. As for Zi Chen, he could only take the opportunity to strike a blow. After a while, when he felt that it was about time, he repelled an inborn expert and flew into the distance. He ran away. Someone exclaimed, "Chase after him. Send a few people to chase after him." Ask the rock to keep an eye on that brat. Take down that woman first. I don't believe that brat won't come back if we capture her, a true energy realm man in black said. A total of 8 true energy realm men in black were besieging Wang Xian. She was injured previously and had chased after Ziqin for a long time. She had consumed a lot of energy. Now that she was besieged, she didn't even have the time to take elixir pills. After a series of attacks, she suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Her injuries had started to act up. Haha, she can't hold on much longer. Hurry up and capture her to force that brat to submit. This brat is so lucky to have such a beauty, throwing herself at him. The crowd sneered. They could tell that Wang Xian was emotionally unstable. They were deliberately provoking her. Uft. As expected, Wang Xian spat out another mouthful of blood. Her red clothes were stained with blood, making her look even more glaring. Her movements were no longer light and agile. Her injuries had started to act up again, and she had consumed a lot of energy. She couldn't defend herself against the attacks of the 8 true energy realm experts and the sneak attacks of the inborn experts. A sword light flashed, and a piece of her red clothes fell to the ground. A corner of her clothes had been cut off. You lecher! Wang Xian gritted her teeth. Her hatred for Ziqin had reached an unimaginable level. She couldn't wait to swallow him alive. Swish! A sword light flashed, and a wound appeared on Wang Xian's jade-like skin. Blood flowed out. She staggered and retreated. At this moment, she was surrounded by the crowd. She had nowhere to run. As for Ziqin, he had long disappeared. That damned brat. He really had the heart to leave me here. I'm a great beauty. Wang Xian felt wronged. She had mixed feelings. She hated Ziqin, but she also felt wronged. She had an urge to cry. Ziqin had just run out when he heard the sound of Wang Xian spitting out blood. He was stunned. There was a gust of wind behind him. Someone had caught up with him. He didn't hesitate and continued to move forward. Above his head, the rock was chirping, reporting Ziqin's location. She's a genius of Yunxia City. She shouldn't be killed by a few pieces of trash. After breaking out of the encirclement, Ziqin was running for his life. However, he couldn't feel happy at all. Instead, he felt guilty. At this moment, a shriek rang out. This voice belonged to Wang Xian, and it caused Ziqin to tremble violently. Chapter 98. The ancient trees in the forest were tall and lush. The ancient trees were like dragons, strong and powerful as they took root in the ground. Wang Xian's body was riddled with injuries, and fresh blood was flowing out. Her red clothes were torn in several places, revealing her jade-like skin that was glowing. At this moment, she felt very wronged. That damned lecher had really left her here alone. Her beautiful face was stained with blood, making her look pitiful and heartbreaking. Around her, the group of black-clothed men looked indifferent and sneered at her. Haha, your little lover has run away. I don't care about you anymore. That's right. Seems like your eyesight isn't good. How could you fall for such a trash? You're also a true energy realm cultivator. Why would you fall for Ziqin, that pretty boy in the true energy realm? He has neither strength nor looks. The group of black-clothed men kept mocking Wang Xian, but their attacks were fierce and deadly. Wang Xian couldn't hold on any longer. Lecher, if I, Wang Xian am lucky enough to survive today, I won't let you off. Wang Xian teared up. She felt wronged and angry at the same time. Haha, seems like your love has turned into hatred. But that pretty boy is really not worthy of your affection. Don't worry, you won't die. We can still give you one more chance. We'll capture you to blackmail that pretty boy and see if he still has feelings for you. The group of black-clothed men laughed mockingly and attacked even more fiercely. Those Xiantian realm cultivators were usually strong, but they were nothing in this place. They could only make sarcastic remarks to provoke Wang Xian. At this moment, the cry of a rock could be heard, followed by a few other cries. What's going on? Didn't the rock go after that brat? Everyone was stunned, not understanding why the rock had turned back. The rock is back. Could it have caught that brat? Someone raised his head and looked towards the sky. At this moment, a loud roar could be heard. You bunch of trash, bullying a weak girl. You're worse than beasts. Let me, Zi-Chin, teach you a lesson. A silver light flew over from afar like a bolt of lightning. With extreme speed, it dashed towards the group of black-clothed men. Zi-Chin used his body as a sword and became one with it. He exuded an oppressive chill as he pointed at the crowd. Stop him! They are indeed a pair of adulterous men and women. They actually came back. Looks like we made the right choice. Seeing Zi-Chin return, the black-robed men's eyes lit up and they all attacked. However, Xiantian realm existences were nothing in front of Zi-Chin's sword unity. They were sent flying along with their weapons by Zi-Chin. Then, Zi-Chin dashed towards the 8 true energy boundary cultivators. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness and silver light. Shwa! 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 Streaks of sword light flashed, and one weapon after another flew towards Zi-Chin. Zi-Chin raised his hand to block, and with a cracking sound, his dagger shattered, turning into specks of cold light that brushed past his cheek. In an instant, Zi-Chin dashed into the encirclement. His body was already covered in wounds. The reason why he didn't die under the attacks of the true energy boundary cultivators was because his body was too strong. Zi-Chin was covered in wounds. His clothes were disheveled, and he was bathed in blood. He was in a sorry state as he dashed towards Wang Xian. Wang Xian, I hated Zi-Chin to the core before. But at this moment, seeing that Zi-Chin had returned resolutely and was trying to break through to the true energy boundary, she was extremely touched. She couldn't hold back her tears, and they fell like pearls. Don't be sad. Let's go. Zi-Chin pulled Wang Xian and dashed out of the crowd. You want to leave? It's not that easy. Die. The black-robed men reacted. All kinds of weapons flashed as they attacked Zi-Chin. Sword lights flashed as unparalleled sword intent wreaked havoc. Uft, uft, uft. In an instant, several clear sounds rang out. The wounds on Zi-Chin's body increased, and some of them were very deep. Zi-Chin's expression was firm. He didn't move and used his body to protect Wang Xian. He didn't want her to be hurt again. Like a bolt of lightning, he dashed out of the encirclement. Silver light flickered around his body, and light flashed under his feet. Uft, uft. A sharp weapon pierced through Zi-Chen's shoulder, causing blood to spurt out. A sword light slashed across Zi-Chen's neck. At this critical moment, Zi-Chen tilted his head, and the sword light flashed past with a layer of blood. The sword light flashed, and Zi-Chen's arms were slashed several times. White bones could be seen as the wounds opened up. Zi-Chen grimaced in pain, but he didn't give up. He dashed left and right, determined to break out of the encirclement. Blood splattered as more wounds appeared on Zi-Chen's body. What kind of body constitution does this guy have? How is he still alive? His body constitution is even more terrifying than Xian heaven demonic beasts. Attack his vitals. The sword light whizzed past, aiming for Zi-Chen's vitals. At this moment, his life was in danger. The silver energy in Zi-Chen's heart couldn't supply him anymore because his injuries were too severe. Just as his life was in danger, light flashed under Zi-Chen's feet. Suddenly, he became even more bizarre. It was as if he had transformed into a bolt of lightning, and his speed increased by a lot. Swish, swish, swish. Zi-Chen's body flashed as he fled with Wang Xian. Numerous fatal attacks brushed past his body, but but he didn't suffer any injuries. Everyone's expression changed drastically. They attacked again, but the result was the same. Zi Chen's body seemed to have become light, boneless, and flexible. He was like a fallen leaf in a raging wind. Although they were constantly being attacked, they couldn't tear this fallen leaf apart. It could always move with the wind and neutralize the strongest tearing force of the wind. Although it was dangerous to be on the verge of death, it proved Zi Chen's agility and ingenuity. The current Zi Chen looked like a real bolt of lightning, flashing and disappearing in a flash. I have finally mastered the first flash of the 9 flashes of lightning. I have comprehended the true intent. Zi Chen's potential was completely stimulated at this moment of life and death. He broke through the first flash of the 9 flashes of lightning at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he dodged many attacks and rushed out of the encirclement. Swish! Zi Chen fled with Wang Xian. Everywhere he passed, he left a trail of blood. There were many wounds on his body, and blood flowed out like a small river. His bloodied face was pale, and he was on the verge of breaking down. Wang Xian looked at Zi Chen in disbelief. She allowed him to hold her boneless hand. She was already prepared to die with Zi Chen. It wasn't that she had fallen in love with Zi Chen. It was just that there was no other way. Zi Chen was protecting her, and there were dozens of wounds on his body. It was a ghastly sight. Her hatred for him was also weakening, but she still didn't think that they could survive. But she didn't expect Zi Chen's speed to become even faster in the next moment. After a few times, he actually rushed out of the encirclement. He actually broke through when his life was in danger. This was completely beyond Wang Xian's imagination. Moreover, Zi Chen's current speed was frighteningly fast. One had to know that he was only in the true Qi realm. Can you still do it? Zi Chen rushed out of the encirclement with Wang Xian. However, his body was covered in wounds. There were dozens of wounds, and it was a ghastly sight. His body was covered in blood and flesh, and it was a horrible sight. Don't worry. As long as I'm not caught, I won't die. Zi Chen gritted his teeth. Then he took out a porcelain bottle and poured it into his mouth. Wang Xian was shocked. She saw that Zi Chen was eating Xiantian pills, and he even ate 2 of them. She immediately exclaimed, "Are you crazy? You'll explode if you eat Xiantian pills. You should take some healing medicine." Zi Chen grimaced as blood flowed out of his body. He said, "I don't have any healing medicine." Zi Chen's words made Wang Xian's heart ache. She was about to take out her own healing medicine to give to him. "I don't want it. Xiantian pills are good. You should quickly recover from your injuries." Zi Chen said. Zi Chen fled with Wang Xian. Above them, the cries of the rock and the angry shouts of the black-clothed men could be heard. 2 hours later, Wang Xian discovered another thing that moved her. She realized that the wounds on Zi Chen's body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Dozens of wounds were ghastly and horrible to look at. However, the bleeding had stopped at some point in time. Furthermore, some of the wounds that weren't deep had already healed and formed scabs. How is this possible? Wang Xian looked at Zi Chen as if she was looking at a monster. She saw that the wounds on his body were healing. Previously, she could see the white bones of the huge wound. However, at this moment, it was shrinking bit by bit. After 2 hours, it had become a shallow wound with only a small seam. Furthermore, it had already formed scabs. Previously, Zi Chen's face was extremely pale. However, after 2 hours of fleeing, not only did he not consume much of his energy, but he also died from his injuries. Instead, his face was rosy. It was obvious that his injuries were almost healed. Is he a monster? How can his body's recovery be so strong? Could it be that he didn't consume the Xiantian elixir previously, but some kind of elixir? This guess was instantly dispelled. Wang Xian or was confident that she could recognize the Xiantian elixir. He didn't die in the 1,000 illusionary sword formation. He didn't die after being attacked 4 times by the Imperial Air Realm experts. Now that his life was in danger, not only did he not bleed to death after running for 2 hours, he even recovered from his injuries. In Wang Xianer's eyes, Ziqin had become extremely mysterious. This was a man that was like an enigma. As his injuries recovered, Ziqin's speed became faster and faster, leaving the black-clothed men far behind. The Rock was still chasing after Ziqin and could still barely catch up. However, the black-clothed men behind them still hadn't caught up. The Rock was very anxious. It swooped down continuously, but it didn't dare to attack Ziqin. The Rock flapped its wings, stirring up gusts of wind that constantly harassed Ziqin. Under the gusts of wind, Ziqin had no choice but to slow down. These damned beasts! Ziqin cursed. These rock birds were really troublesome. If it wasn't for them, these martial ancestors' men wouldn't have been able to find him. Wang Xian had already consumed the elixir, and her injuries were recovering. Although her recovery speed wasn't as fast as Ziqin's, she had recovered some of her strength. However, she was still being held back by Ziqin. Chapter 99. Bastard! Ziqin suddenly let out a roar and tapped his foot on the ground. His body quickly leaped up, reaching a height of more than 10 meters in an instant. Then he used the treetops as a stepping stone and leaped into the air, arriving in front of the Rock. Ziqin clenched his fists, which glowed with a bright silver light. He swung his fists towards the Rock's head. Pum! Amidst the silver light, Ziqin punched the Rock fiercely. The Rock swayed as if it was drunk. Its body was unstable in the air. Pum! Ziqin raised his fist and punched out. His legs clamped down on the Rock's neck, and he slammed his fist into the Rock's head. Immediately, the Rock was stunned. It wobbled and extended its wings, and its body involuntarily fell. Seeing this, the other rocks screeched and swooped down. Their sharp claws emitted a cold metallic light as they scratched at Ziqin's head. Pum! Ziqin ignored the danger above his head and kept punching. He used all his strength in each punch. He punched more than 10 times. After the last punch landed, the Rock finally gave in and was knocked unconscious by the punch. It fell down head first. Fortunately, it was not far from the ground at this time. Ziqin tapped his body and borrowed the force of the treetops to land on the ground. When the Pung bird landed, it crushed quite a few ancient trees, releasing crashing sounds. Its entire body was placed horizontally on the tree branches, blocked by the treetops, preventing it from landing on the ground. The Rock was dizzy. It was knocked out by Ziqin, but it was not dead. At this moment, it fell and flapped its wings, wanting to fly again. Ziqin landed on the ground. His eyes flashed coldly. He tapped his foot and soared into the sky again. His 2 palms were shining with a silver light. He firmly grasped the Rock's neck. His blood and qi surged in his body like a surging wave, providing Ziqin with unlimited strength. With a loud shout, Ziqin swung his arms. He actually moved the Rock like a weapon. Ziqin swung the Rock. Crash! The leaves danced. The Rock was swung like a weapon. Countless branches and leaves exploded and trees were broken. The Rock kept struggling and flapping its wings. Ziqin swung the Rock vigorously. With a bang, the Rock hit a 100-year-old ancient tree. In an instant, the ancient tree exploded. Then the forest continued to explode and an open area appeared. Ziqin's body was shining with a silver light. His expression was cold and his eyes were emotionless. He was like a silver-armored war god with infinite strength. He grabbed the Rock by the neck and used it as a weapon. Inside Ziqin's body, his blood and qi surged violently. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The energy from his heart continuously flowed into every part of his body, providing him with endless energy. Pum! Pung! The forest was shattered. Under the tremendous impact, the pung wailed again and again. In the end, it fainted again. Its black feathers, which were full of cold iron, fell into the forest. There were already many wounds on its body. God, this is a real monster. He's only in the true Qi realm. Wang Xian who was watching from afar, opened her beautiful eyes wide. She was dumbfounded as she watched Ziqin swing the rock around like a god of war in silver armor. An inborn realm rock was subdued so easily. In the sky, the other rocks screeched and swooped down for their companions. Their cold claws emitted a cold light as they were about to attack Ziqin. Beast! Ziqin shouted. Silver light shone brightly as he soared into the sky like a war god. He swung his arms, and a bright silver light exploded. He swung the rock and used it as a weapon to hit the rock in the sky. A large shadow flashed past. The rock was used as a weapon by Ziqin. It fell like a big stick and smashed heavily on the rock's body. Pung! Under the dull sound, the rock's body staggered and fell to the ground. In the meantime, Ziqin swung the rock again and used it as a big stick. The rock's wings stopped flapping and it fell to the ground. It was knocked out in 2 hits. Wang Xian was speechless. Ziqin's actions were like that of a barbarian. In the forest, Ziqin was like a huge ape, constantly jumping. Every time he jumped, he would use the pung as a weapon, bringing a huge shadow with him as he fell towards the pung in the air. He was like an ancient giant with infinite strength. Pung! Dull sounds kept ringing. The rock's wails were heard as it was smashed down continuously. What the hell is he doing? Infinite strength. Is he an ape or the reincarnation of an ancient mutated beast? The men in black were flying continuously. Then they saw Ziqin jumping up and swinging the rock to hit another rock. Hurry up and chase after him. If these rocks die, we'll all die. Each and every one of them was mad with anger. They were both shocked and furious. Pung! 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 Ziqin flew forward. Wherever he passed, he left a row of unconscious rocks until all the rocks were knocked out. As for his weapon, the rock's blood was already dripping, and its life was in danger. In the end, Ziqin put down the rock and threw dozens of punches. Silver light kept flashing and illuminating the forest. With a loud bang, the rock's head was smashed and it died completely. Ha! Ziqin laughed like a blood-soaked demon king. His expression was ferocious. Have you killed all the rocks? Ziqin was covered in blood. His eyes were naturally emitting a chilling light as he looked at Wang Xian, who was flying towards him rapidly. This, Wang Xian, I was scared by Ziqin's stare. She couldn't help but lower her head like a little girl who had done something wrong. She said in a voice that only mosquitoes could hear, I couldn't bear to do it. They are all living things. You are too soft-hearted. If you didn't kill them, they would have led the martial ancestors' men to kill us. Do you want to kill me and yourself? Ziqin shouted angrily. He didn't feel the huge difference in strength between the two of them at all. You are too soft-hearted, Ziqin said coldly. He went back the way he came to kill those rocks. Wang Xian, eyes red, lips opened slightly. She wanted to stop him, but she didn't say anything in the end. Ziqin's words made sense. At this moment, Wang Xian saw Ziqin, who had just turned back, flying back rapidly. It's too late. They have caught up. Ziqin pulled Wang Xian and ran towards the depths of the forest. Wang Xian's injuries hadn't healed, and she couldn't catch up to Ziqin. Therefore, she allowed Ziqin to pull her along. In the blink of an eye, the two of them disappeared into the forest. Wake these stupid birds up. I told them not to attack. Damn it, they must have eaten too much and thought that they were very strong. What a bunch of idiotic beasts. When the martial ancestors' men saw the unconscious rocks on the ground, They were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. One of the true energy realm experts even cursed. The rocks were important treasures of the martial ancestor. They couldn't afford to lose them. Therefore, the group stayed behind to think of ways to wake the rocks. Time was delayed. The rocks woke up one after another. They flew into the sky and cried out continuously. The group of martial ancestors' men prepared to get on the rock's back and chase after Zichin. Suddenly, the sound of strong wind and ear-piercing air explosions could be heard behind them. It showed that the person was very fast and anxious. Be careful and be on guard. The martial ancestors' men stared behind them. They unsheathed their swords and sabers and were vigilant. After a while, a handsome man in green armor appeared from the forest. He had an outstanding temperament and was extraordinary. The man's eyes were like Xing Chen's. His eyes were cold and he was very fast. He looked very anxious. "Stand there, who are you?" the black-clothed man shouted. His saber and sword flickered with cold light as they pointed at the man in green armor. The man in green armor was naturally the #1 genius of Yunxia City, Wang Qiong. He had chased all the way here but was a step too slow. When he saw his sister's tattered clothes in the forest, his expression instantly changed. He followed the blood on the ground and chased after them. "You don't know who I am?" Wang Qiong's voice was very cold. His eyes were emitting a terrifying light. "How the hell would we know who you are?" Someone cursed. There were 8 true energy realm experts here. Although the man in front of them looked extraordinary, they had the advantage in numbers. They were not afraid. Wang Qiong's gaze turned cold again. He was puzzled. Could it be that these people were not from the heavenly slaughter pavilion? "Oh, I know who you are." Suddenly, one of the black-clothed men said. Wang Qiong's pupils constricted and a cold light flickered in his eyes. "You must be looking for that bastard couple. You must be their reinforcements. Why, are you a third party? Don't you know who you are?" "Haha, I also remember. That kid said that he had a new lover. Could it be you?" "I don't think so. This guy looks like a dog. He must be secretly in love with that girl. Unfortunately, she doesn't appreciate it and likes that boy toy." "Haha, good. It's really a love triangle." Everyone started to talk about the #1 genius of Yunxia City. It was not their fault. The martial ancestor was very far away from here. Who would have the time to come to Yunxia City to meet those geniuses? Besides, even if they wanted to know, they were not qualified. Under normal circumstances, how could the young masters of Yunxia City know them? Wang Qiong was not only a genius, but also the city lord of Yunxia City. He was high and mighty. Everyone would try to curry favor with him. Since he was a child, he had never suffered any grievances. He had rarely been scolded, let alone humiliated. At this moment, the words of the martial ancestors' men were simply unbearable to him. On one hand, they were talking about his sister. On the other hand, they were talking about him having an affair with a boy toy. This made him extremely angry. His hatred of evil was completely revealed at this moment. "Kid, it's not that I want to criticize you. Look at your dog face. How can you do such a dirty thing? You don't like women, but actually like men." "That's not necessarily true. Maybe he likes both men and women. This is a special case." Everyone was laughing and unsheathing their swords. However, they did not let down their guard. Boom! A surging aura appeared. The sky was filled with azure light. Streams of energy were constantly surging like sharp blades, rushing in all directions. Wang Qiong finally made his move. He could not bear it any longer. He had already made his move. The space twisted and a terrifying pressure rushed over. A ruthless killing intent filled the heaven and earth. Wang Qiong's body was surrounded by azure light, making him look extraordinarily heroic. "Not good. This guy is too strong. Quickly retreat. We have met a tough opponent." Some of the disciples who were still laughing wildly changed their expressions and retreated. Under Wang Qiong's aura, they were like a small boat in a storm. They were in danger of being crushed at any moment. Pooh! 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 The azure light was like a sharp blade streaking across the space. In an instant, 7 or 8 people fell to the ground, including a true energy boundary expert. You! Everyone was shocked and retreated once again. Peng Bird, come down. Chapter 100. Peng! One of the slower true energy realm warriors was swept by the green light, and his body instantly exploded, dying without a complete corpse. Ah, damn it, don't come here. You are from Yunxia City, and this is the Qingxia secret technique. Some people's faces changed. The strongest martial arts of Yunxia City was the Qingxia secret technique. It was the same as the martial ancestors' secret technique. It was one of the strongest martial arts in the southern region. Shua! The sky was filled with green light. It was like a sharp sword. Everyone who was swept by it would be killed. You are from Yunxia City, and we are from the martial ancestor. Does Yunxia City want to start a war with our martial ancestor? Some disciples exclaimed and retreated. Their eyes were full of fear. This is the territory of Yunxia City. Your martial ancestor is here to provoke us. Wang Qiong's face was cold. They dared to talk about him and his sister. These people were on his death list. Are you challenging the dignity of our martial ancestor? Do you want to start a war with our martial ancestor? Humph. Do you think you are worthy? Wang Qiong snorted. His eyes were filled with disdain. The green light was constantly flickering. More and more martial ancestor disciples were killed. The Qingxia secret technique was the strongest martial arts of Yunxia City. It included both martial arts and martial arts. There were many killing techniques recorded in it. It was the foundation of Yunxia City. A unique martial art could create a powerful sect. Yunxia City was like that, and so was the martial ancestor. The reason why the martial ancestor was so strong was because of the martial ancestor's secret technique. It was a super powerful martial art that could make the martial ancestor become a powerful force. In the dense forest, Wang Qiong was wearing a green armor. It was shining with green light and cracks like a spiderweb. His face was cold and his eyes were full of killing intent. Peng! As soon as the Qingxia secret technique was released, the sky was filled with green light. It was like a sharp sword piercing through the air. A disciple who was hit by the green light was torn into pieces as if he had been cut by a sharp sword. Wang Qiong's eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. These people had crossed his bottom line and had to die. He didn't plan to let any of them go. Run. Go back and report to the Grand Elder. The group of martial ancestors' disciples frantically retreated and shouted in fear. A true energy realm cultivator could be killed in one strike, not to mention Xiantian realm cultivators like them. Those who were too slow to run away were all killed by the azure light. In the sky, the rocks cried out, but they didn't dare to come down. Wang Qiong's killing intent terrified even them. People of Yunxia City, you are provoking the dignity of the martial ancestor. Let us go back and report to the sovereign. We will definitely destroy your Yunxia City. Yunxia City, prepare to face the wrath of the martial ancestor. There was a black-clothed man who clearly knew that he was going to die. He was quite extraordinary and spoke threatening words. Who was Wang Qiong? He was the son of the Yunxia City's master. His status was very high. How could he care about the threats of these disciples who had never even cultivated before the martial ancestor? The azure light was like a sharp sword and another person died. Swish, swish, swish. One figure after another flickered and quickly rose into the air like a cannonball, flying towards the back of the rocks. They were scared out of their wits. At this moment, they could only flee in fear. They didn't even dare to say anything. You want to leave? Not so easy. Wang Qiong's eyes flashed with a cold light. His body suddenly burst into the air like a strong cultivator. He actually floated in the air. His body was surrounded by a dazzling azure light. Rays of azure light were like sharp blades flying towards those rocks. Pooh! 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 The azure light swept past, and killing intent surged. The rocks spread their wings and flew high, crying in fear. However, they couldn't outrun the azure light and were swept away. In an instant, the rock's hard black feathers were like tofu, easily pierced by the azure light. Blood splattered like a downpour. One rocks after another fell from the sky and smashed into the dense forest. A single attack killed 4 rocks. There was still one that was very far away from the azure light and barely dodged it. Fortunately, it didn't die. On the back of the rocks, there was only one man in black who was almost scared out of his wits. Go quickly! Seeing the rocks land one after another and his companions falling, the man in black let out a hysterical shout, urging the rocks to increase their speed. In the blink of an eye, everyone died. He was completely terrified. After all, he wasn't a strong cultivator. Wang Qiong landed on the ground and could only watch as the rocks disappeared. Wang Qiong was worried about his sister's safety. He didn't stay for long. He only coldly glanced at the corpses on the ground and chased after the rocks. Zi Qin carried Wang Xian, and fled crazily. Although there were no traces of the rocks in the sky, the two of them didn't dare to be careless. While fleeing, Zi Qin was very careful. He tried his best not to leave too many traces. They didn't know that all the men in black were dead. They could only flee crazily without stopping for a moment. At the same time as their injuries gradually healed, the traces left by the two of them became fewer and fewer. Wang Qiong was very tired. He didn't bring any rations or water. After a fierce battle, he was already famished. However, there was no food here. What worried him the most was that the traces were getting fainter and fainter. He could no longer accurately track his sister. Occasionally, there would be deviations, and the distance between the two of them would also increase. In the evening, Zi Chen found a secluded place and finally stopped. "We can't stay here for long. Quickly heal your injuries. I'll go and get some food." After saying that, Zi Chen didn't bother with Wang Xian, and disappeared into the dense forest. Along the way, Wang Xian was in a very sorry state. There were many scratches on her clothes, revealing her body. Her charming eyes showed that she was a little tired. She sat cross-legged and started to consume elixirs to heal her injuries. After a while, Zi Chen returned with some green fruits that were the size of walnuts. He placed them in front of Wang Xian. "Eat quickly. Once you're done, we'll leave." Wang Xian was hungry and thirsty. She grabbed a fruit and put it in her mouth. Immediately after, she spat it out. Her breath smelled like orchids, and her voice was crisp like the chirping of an oriole. "It's so bitter. How can I eat it?" After saying that, she threw the fruit to the side. "You can only eat this here. Otherwise, you'll starve to death." Zi Qin said in a low voice, "You can eat other things. You have hands and legs. Can't you get some barbecued meat to eat?" Wang Xian felt wronged. Since young, she had never been in such a sorry state. To think that she had to eat bitter wild fruits. Starting a fire to barbecued meat is courting death. "If you want to eat raw meat, I can get some for you." Zi Qin said coldly, "Then I want to go back." Wang Xian shouted, "Then go. This place is full of martial ancestors' men. If you're discovered, you'll be courting death." Wang Xian felt wronged and said softly, "Why am I so unlucky to meet you?" "Who asked you to chase after me?" Zi Chen grumbled. However, when he thought about how the other party was the one who had saved him, his tone softened as he said, "It's about time we should go. If you don't want to eat, we'll bury these." After saying that, Zi Chen picked up the green fruit that he had taken a bite out of and buried it carefully. "Eat, why wouldn't I eat? Wang Xian pouted and picked up a fruit. She took a big bite out of it. Tears welled up in her eyes. She felt wronged. Under Zi Chen's lead, the two of them kept running. After a few days, they had no idea how many miles they had run. The rock did not appear, nor did the men in black chase after them. It seemed that they were safe. Just when the two of them felt safe and were about to head to Yunxia City, the rock that had disappeared appeared again. This time, there were even more experts. There was even a flight realm expert among them. The rock chirped in the sky. It had discovered Zi Chen's tracks. "Oh no, we've been discovered. Let's go." Zi Chen's expression changed. He turned and flew into the depths of the forest. Wang Xian followed. After a few days, she had recovered from her injuries. Her speed was even faster than Zi Chen's. Red light flickered. Her body was light and agile. She had regained her usual figure and was flying in the forest. Suddenly, a strong aura descended from the sky. A terrifying aura swept across the land. The trees swayed and moved to the sides, revealing an open space. The sun shone down from the sky and shone on the damp, withered leaves. Zi Chen and Wang Xian looked up. Their pupils shrank. They did not know when a figure had appeared in the sky. The other party was dressed in black. He stood in the air and was surrounded by energy. They could not see his face clearly. The terrifying aura greatly reduced the speed of the two of them. A flight realm expert. Zi Chen's heart was filled with shock, seeing the Zephyr realm cultivator again. His heart was filled with a wave of despair. "Zi Chen, how did you offend the people of the martial ancestor? You're just in the true Qi realm. How could they send a flight realm expert to deal with you?" Wang Xian was also shocked. The flight realm expert in the sky had an obvious murderous intent. Obviously, he was not from Yunxia City. "You are Zi Chen." The black-clothed man stood in the air and looked down at Zi Chen. His voice was cold. "Let's go." Zi Chen ignored him and asked Wang Xian to escape. Even though he knew that there was no hope of escaping, Zi Chen still wanted to fight for it. Silver light flashed around his body. Streaks of lightning surrounded his body. The qi and blood in his body surged crazily like raging waves. The flight realm expert's aura weakened a lot. Zi Chen turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed forward. Wang Xian, Ai's body emitted a glaring red light. Her aura also became fierce. She broke free from the flight realm expert's aura. Her steps were light and her speed was faster. She overtook Zi Chen first. "Let's go." When she overtook Zi Chen, her slender hands grabbed him. Then the red light wrapped around Zi Chen and they flew out of the forest. "Oh, this is interesting." High up in the sky, the flight realm expert sneered disdainfully. He chased after Wang Xian, with a group of rocks behind him. Life and death extreme speed. Wang Xian displayed her extraordinary footwork. Her speed was so fast that she was like a ray of light. However, the Zephyr realm expert was also very extraordinary. He was able to follow them in the air at a leisurely pace, not strenuous at all. Boom! After a long time, the flight realm expert finally made his move. A huge palm print emitting a terrifying aura fell from the sky and covered a range of dozens of meters. The endless forest couldn't withstand this aura and exploded instantly. They turned into sawdust and flew around like sharp blades. Wang Xian's feet glowed. With a flash of red light, she brought Zi Chen far away like a ghost. The flight realm expert's aura didn't have any effect on her. When the palm print finally landed, it left a vacuum area in a radius of dozens of meters. All the vegetation exploded instantly. A huge palm print was deeply embedded in the ground. The two of them ran for their lives. The attacks of the flight realm expert behind them kept falling. If they were a step slower, their lives would be in danger. P.S. I beg for votes, flowers, collections, everything. Chapter 101. In the dense forest, Zi-chun and Wang Xian were escaping at full speed. Above the dense forest, the Zephyr Realm expert was chasing after them. Powerful attacks rained down, determined to kill the two of them. With such a huge gap in strength, the two of them could not do anything. It was a miracle that they were still alive. Swoosh! Wang Xian's feet glowed with red light, saving Zi-chun from death time and time again. Boom! A terrifying palm print that could destroy heaven and earth fell with endless pressure. A vacuum palm print instantly appeared in the dense forest. The grass and trees were all destroyed, and a bare palm print was embedded in the dense forest. His target is me. You should leave, Zi-chun said in a low voice when he felt that Wang Xian could not hold on any longer in the red light. Why are you only saying this now? Wang Xian scolded, but she did not give up on Zi-chun. If this goes on, we will all die. You have a noble status. Why do you want to die with a nobody like me? Zi-chun said, Bah, who will die with you? Dream on. Wang Xian spat and said, We will not die. They have caused such a big commotion. The people of Yunxia City must know. We just need to hold on until they come. But how long can we hold on? Zi-chun smiled bitterly. Wang Xian could not hold on any longer. Who knew when the reinforcements would come? Boom! Just as their speed slowed down, they were brushed by the palm print. The two of them flew forward abruptly, and the boundless energy impacted their bodies. Wang Xian was still fine, but Zi-chun was not. The blood in his body was surging, and he vomited blood. He was shocked. Just a brush was enough to make him vomit blood. If he really took a hit from the other party, he would probably be turned into ashes in an instant. Boom! Another palm print fell. The aura was surging and boundless energy rolled. The two of them ran for their lives. At this moment, the two of them were running through the forest. They passed through mountains and rivers. Although their speed was fast, they could not be compared to the Zephyr Realm expert. The mountains and rivers were like flat ground to the Zephyr Realm expert. Bang! Zi-chun had already lost count of how many times he had been brushed past. In short, Zi-chun had coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. His injuries were very serious. If not for his powerful physique and the constant supply of energy to his heart, he would have died long ago. As for Wang Xian, she couldn't hold on any longer. There was blood at the corner of her mouth, and her speed had slowed down significantly. Zi-chun had already advised her to leave, but she insisted on not leaving. Zi-chun was helpless. The two of them had already flown to a mountain peak. At this moment, the Zephyr Race expert seemed to have lost his patience and launched his strongest attack. In an instant, a brilliant light flashed as a gigantic palm imprint appeared, covering the sky and covering the earth. The space distorted as the palm imprint crashed down. Boom! There was an explosion as the entire mountain peak was shattered by the palm imprint. Rocks flew everywhere and clouds of dust appeared. Zi-chun and Wang Xian bore the brunt of the palm imprint. One of them emitted a red glow, while the other emitted a black glow. Both of them fell down the mountain peak. This was a mountain stream. There was a turbulent river in it, and it was very deep. With two splashes, Zi-chun and Wang Xian fell into the river and flowed downstream. They are still alive. The Zephyr Race expert snorted and flew down the river. At the same time, he ordered, Send out the rocks to search along the way. If they are alive, I want to see them. If they are dead, I want to see their corpses. Yes, on the rocks, many men in black responded. They rode the rocks and chased after them along the river. Zi-chun was already heavily injured. Although the black light helped him block the final blow, he still felt as if his bones were about to explode. His entire body was on the verge of falling apart. His internal organs were all displaced and cracks appeared on them. He was on the verge of shattering. If it wasn't for the silver energy that gushed out from his heart at the critical moment to protect his internal organs, Zichin would have died. But even so, when he fell into the mountain stream, he fainted due to his serious injuries. Wang Xian wasn't in a good state either. Previously, she was the one blocking the attacks of the Zephyr Race expert. With the last attack, her defense was instantly shattered. When she fell into the mountain stream, although she didn't faint, she was still seriously injured. She used all her remaining strength to tie herself and Zichin together. In the end, she fainted and allowed the two of them to flow downstream. During this period, the two of them kept coming into contact with the mountain rocks. Many wounds appeared on their bodies, and their injuries were even more serious. This was a large river that was several hundred miles long. Following the river to find the two of them was a huge project. Zichin was unconscious. He was in a muddle-headed state. As he flowed downstream, he was sometimes awake and sometimes unconscious. The silver energy in his heart was repairing his injuries on its own. 2 days later, Zichin once again knocked into a large rock and completely woke up. When he opened his eyes, he saw the rapid flow of water. Zichin choked on it. He flapped his hands wildly, wanting to float to the surface. However, he felt that there was a weight on his waist, as if there was someone there. Looking down, he saw Wang Xian lying quietly under him like a sleeping beauty. The two of them were tightly connected by a red ribbon. "It's her." Zichin was touched. He flapped the water surface again. His hands kept grabbing around in the river. After a while, Zichin finally grabbed onto a sharp rock. However, before he could exert any strength, the rock broke away from the riverbank. Zichin and Wang Xian fell into the water again. This repeated for a total of 4 to 5 times. Zichin finally grabbed onto a large rock. He used all his strength to pull Wang Xian up first. Finally, he climbed up with difficulty. There were more than a dozen wounds on his hands. They were all caused by the rock and were bleeding profusely. Wang Xian's stomach was slightly bulging. She seemed to have drunk too much river water. Her skin was pale from being soaked in the river water. Her red clothes stuck to her skin, revealing her sexy figure. Not good. Her breathing is intermittent. Her life is in danger. Zichin took his hand away from her nose and exclaimed. After that, he didn't care about the distance between a man and a woman. He reached out and pressed on her stomach. Once, twice, thrice. Zichin used a lot of strength. Wang Xian started to vomit water. After coughing a few times, her breathing became hurried. She opened her eyes slightly and seemed to be waking up. Zichin heaved a sigh of relief. The worst thing didn't happen. Looking at Wang Xian, his eyes were filled with concern. "You're awake." Wang Xian opened her eyes slightly. Without saying a word, she fainted again. Zichin was helpless. He could only carry her. They couldn't stay here for long. Wang Xian's clothes were soaked and stuck to her skin. At this moment, she was being carried by Zichin. Her thin, red clothes couldn't cover anything at all. The two of them were naked. Along the way, Zichin was very careful. Occasionally, he could hear the cries of rocks. His speed was much faster. After a few hours, Zichin saw a familiar small mountain village. Zichin's eyes lit up. This place was very familiar. There were only a few dozen families. At the entrance of the mountain village, many children were playing. A few women were weaving clothes. Some old farmers were returning from the fields with hoes. Under the setting sun, their shadows were elongated. Zichin's arrival naturally attracted the attention of many people. "This is the young hero. The young hero is here. Everyone come and take a look. The young hero is back." Someone recognized Zichin and exclaimed. Their faces were filled with joy as they came forward. Many old farmers also put down their hoes and walked toward Zichin. "Oh, Brother Hero is back. Brother Hero is back." He even brought a beautiful big sister. Many children came forward and surrounded Zichin. They kept jumping and cheering. Young hero, what's going on? The old man in the village heard the news and walked out. When he saw Zichin covered in injuries and the beauty in his arms, he felt that something was wrong. Let's go back to the village first. Let's go. Seeing that Zichin couldn't speak, the old man hurriedly said. Then the group of people walked towards the village. Back in the village, Zichin drank 3 big bowls of water before he started to pant. At this moment, many villagers heard the news and rushed over. They were all outside the old man's house. The old man was the village chief and was highly respected. Zichin was in his house, and Wang Xian had been settled down. Young hero, what happened? The old man asked with concern. Uncle, please get me some food. We're being chased by our enemies. We can't stay here. We will implicate you, Zichin said anxiously as he ate jerky. His words were a little unclear. The old man heard it twice before he understood. Is it the companions of that person last time? The old man was very nervous. No, it's my enemy, Zichin said honestly. He had finished the jerky, but he was only half full. The masked man last time was vicious and had left a shadow in the hearts of the villagers. Hearing that it wasn't them, the old man heaved a sigh of relief and said, It's good that it's not them. You are all injured now, and the other one is unconscious. Where can you go? I don't know, but I can implicate you. What are you talking about? Young hero, our lives were saved by you. Now that you are in danger, we can't just watch you die. The old man was slightly angry. Uncle, you don't understand. My enemies are very strong, and they have a lot of people. They are more than 100 times stronger than the masked man last time. Zichin didn't want to implicate them. He just wanted to take some food and leave. Young hero, I agree to let you leave, but they won't. Even though we're mortals, we're not ungrateful people. You're our Qingshui village's benefactor, so we won't watch you die. The old man suddenly stood up and walked out. Hearing the news of Zichin's arrival, all the villagers rushed over. Knowing that Zichin was injured, many of them carried their own belongings. Some carried eggs, some carried jerky, some carried a chicken, and among them, the butcher carried half a fan of pork ribs. Seeing the village chief come out, many of the villagers started to talk. Village chief, how is the young hero? I heard that his injuries are very serious. These eggs are for him to recover. Village chief, I have some jerky here. Give it to the young hero. I have a wild rabbit here. I just caught it this morning. Stew it for the young hero so that he can recover quickly. Go away. What's so special about a wild rabbit? I have half a fan of pork ribs here. It's definitely good for the body. Boil it into pork ribs, soup, and drink it at the same time. His injuries will definitely recover quickly. Seeing the village chief come out, the villagers said with concern. The village chief waved his hand and signaled for everyone to be quiet. Chapter 102. Because of Zichin's arrival, all the villagers gathered in the small village. Looking at the person who came out, they asked about Zichin's injuries with concern. Fellow villagers, the young hero is heavily injured and is being chased by his enemies. He is afraid that he will implicate us and wants to leave immediately. What do you think? The village chief stood at the door and said to the villagers who were holding chickens and ducks, What? The young hero wants to leave? That won't do. What nonsense is this? The young hero saved all of our lives. Now that someone wants to kill him, how can we watch him die? We have to help him. We can't let the young hero leave. He is already heavily injured and has an unconscious girl with him. If we let him leave, wouldn't we be sending him to his death? We, the villagers of Qingshui village, are not ungrateful people. We can't let the young hero leave. The villagers all spoke out. Some even wanted to go in and visit the young hero. Village chief, if you let the young hero leave, I will burn your house down. I, Butcherly, will not let you go. Although we are ordinary people, we will not be ungrateful people. Yes, we have to save the young hero. The villagers all shouted. Even some of the women were the same. No one agreed to let Zichen leave. The villagers were very simple. They knew that they had to repay their kindness. Good, good. The village chief stood at the door and nodded. His eyes were filled with gratitude and excitement. You are indeed the villagers of Qingshui village. You did not embarrass the village and our ancestors. The young hero saved all of our lives. How can we be ungrateful people? Now, let's discuss how to save the young hero. The old man said, Since the young hero is being chased by his enemies, he can't leave before his injuries are healed. We can let them hide. That's right. I have a dog kennel. It's very hidden. A villager said, Deguzi f *cku. You want the young hero to hide in the dog kennel? I think you should hide there. The other villagers burst into laughter. I think we should hide in the cellar. Every house has a cellar, and it's so deep. It's definitely safe for the young hero to hide there. Yes, this is a very good suggestion. Everyone opened their mouths one after another and spoke freely. They all fought to let the young hero hide in their own homes, as if it was a glorious thing. Folks, it's a good thing to hide in the cellar, and it's definitely feasible. But what we have to do is to keep this a secret. You can't tell anyone, and you have to watch your mouths, the old man said again. Don't worry. When I keep my mouth shut, even a shovel can't pry open my mouth. As for keeping it a secret, village chief, please rest assured. Everyone gave their word. The village chief waved his hand and said, Of course I believe you, but you have to know that children's words carry no harm. Today, many children saw the return of the young hero. If someone asks, it will definitely spoil things. Village chief, please take care of this matter. We will definitely explain it carefully when we return. We won't spoil this matter. I will definitely discipline my dog well. Village chief, don't worry. We will explain everything when we get back. Everyone promised again. All right, now take your things and go back. Do as you usually do. Don't give yourself away. When everyone heard the village chief's words, they went back one after another. Then they repeatedly reminded their children not to speak carelessly. When the old man came in, Zichen was sitting by the bed, looking at Wang Xian. He had heard the conversation outside and was very touched. The simplicity of these villagers had deeply moved Zichen. Young hero, bring this lady and follow me. There's a cellar in my backyard. It's very deep. You can hide in it. Thank you, uncle. Zichen said gratefully. Then he carried Wang Xian and walked towards the backyard. Wang Xian was still unconscious. If Zichen left now, the two of them would definitely die. If they stayed here, there was still a chance of survival. No one would have guessed that the two of them would hide in such a village. The village chief's house was relatively big. There was a backyard that was tens of square meters. In the corner of the backyard, there was a cellar. Pulling open the wooden door of the cellar, the old man walked in first. The cellar was very damp and dark. Zichen followed the old man down the stairs. This cellar was originally a place to store things or hide dangerous people. It was very spacious, more than enough to accommodate two people. After thanking him profusely, the old man left. After a while, he brought 2 blankets for Zichen, a few sets of clothes, and some food for Zichen to rest assured. Then the old man left. The pursuers came faster than expected. In less than 2 hours after Zichen was settled down, a rock landed from the sky. Its body was tens of meters long, and it was larger than many houses. It covered the sky and covered the sun, bringing with it a huge shadow. When it landed, it brought with it a strong gust of wind that almost blew some houses down. The villagers had never seen such a huge creature before. Usually, they would be scared out of their wits when they saw a tiger. Now that they saw a huge rock land, their eyes were filled with fear, and they trembled. Some of the villagers couldn't even withstand the strong gust of wind. Their bodies swayed left and right, and they couldn't stand steadily. When the rock landed, a few black-robed men jumped off its back. The leader was a true energy boundary cultivator. Seeing these villagers, his eyes flashed with disdain and contempt. "Who is in charge here?" The black-robed man asked coldly. "It's me, sir. It's me." The village chief walked out, his body trembling. If not for the butcher supporting him, he would have been blown away. "Let me ask you, did you see a man and a woman pass by here?" The black-robed man looked down at the old man with a condescending look. "A man and a woman. I didn't see them." The village chief didn't even think about it and directly said, "You're lying. You're lying." The black-robed man roared, and an invisible pressure appeared. In an instant, the village chief and the butcher fell to the ground. Lying is death. The black-robed man's eyes flashed with killing intent. "I'm innocent, sir. This village is too remote and far from the city. There are no strangers here, not to mention a man and a woman. Even if a bird came, we would know immediately. In this period of time, not to mention people, even birds haven't come." The village chief cried on the ground with a pitiful look. "Humph, old thing, you better promise that you're telling the truth. If I find out that you're lying to me, your village will disappear." Yes, I wouldn't dare to lie to you, sir." The village chief's heart trembled, and he hurriedly said. The other villagers were also frightened. They were very sensitive about the matter of the village being massacred. Let's go." The black-robed man snorted and turned to leave with the others. Obviously, they came here just to ask casually. They didn't think that Chen would hide here. "Wait." Suddenly, one of the black-robed men spoke. Then he walked directly to the side of a 3- or 4-year-old child. Seeing the black-robed man coming, the child was terrified and retreated behind his parents. "Little friend, don't be afraid. I just want to ask you a few questions." The black-robed man's voice was indifferent. He forced a smile on his face, which almost scared the child to tears. "Ergo, don't be afraid. Sir wants to ask you something. Just answer properly." Ergo's father dragged Go to the front again. The child was only 3 or 4 years old. He was wearing patched clothes. He pursed his lips and his eyes were red. He looked very wronged, but he didn't dare to cry. It was as if he was very afraid of the black-robed man. "Old thing, you're old and cunning. You can't trust everything. Only the words of children are the most honest." The black-robed man snorted and asked, "Let me ask you, did you see a man and a woman here?" When the question was asked, all the villagers were stunned. Then they looked at Ergo nervously. Ergo's parents had told them countless times, but they were still very nervous. Ergo didn't say anything. He seemed to be scared stiff. "Speak, did you see a man and a woman?" The black-robed man's voice was no longer polite. Wah! Ergo was so scared that he cried. "Speak, what are you crying for?" "You haven't answered my question," the black-robed man said impolitely. Ergo's parents were angry, but they were very afraid of the black-robed man. "Ergo, hurry up and tell me everything you know." Ergo's mother's eyes were already filled with tears. "Mom, I'm scared." "Don't be scared, don't be scared. Hurry up and tell me, did you see a man and a woman?" Ergo's mother hugged Ergo. Ergo was still crying. His voice was young and tender. "Mom, what is a man and a woman?" A child's words carried no harm. That one sentence stunned everyone. What was a man and a woman? Everyone was stunned, including the black-robed man. How should they answer this question? How should they answer? Even the black-robed man was stunned. This. Ergo's mother didn't know how to explain it. She thought for a long time but still couldn't understand. But when she saw the black-robed man's fierce gaze, she hurriedly said, "A man and a woman mean strangers." Have you seen strangers? Ergo's mother reacted quickly. The black-robed man was very satisfied with this explanation. The villagers were also very satisfied. They all looked at little Ergo worriedly. Then what is a stranger? Ergo stopped crying. His eyes were red and there were tears on his cheeks. He felt very wronged. But when he opened his mouth, it was another difficult question. Oh, a stranger is someone you don't know, someone you've never seen before, Ergo's mother said again. It was a simple explanation, but it seemed to have used up a lot of her brain cells. After explaining, even she admired herself. Hearing his mother's words, Ergo thought seriously for a moment and suddenly said, Then I've seen strangers before. I've seen a man and a woman. His words gave everyone a fright. From the village chief to the villagers, everyone's eyes were filled with despair. They thought that this prodigal child was finished. Not only was he going to die, but he had also implicated the young hero. What, you've seen a man and a woman? The black-robed man came forward and stared at Ergo. The villagers were in despair. Ergo's mother was already trembling. Only Ergo nodded seriously. He was only 3 or 4 years old. His face was filled with tears and his eyes were red. He was clearly a child who didn't know anything, but at this moment he was very serious. Chapter 103. A child's words carried no harm. Ergo's voice was tender, but his expression was serious. All the villagers were in despair. The man in black's expression turned cold. He waited for the child to reveal Zi-chen's whereabouts before slaughtering the entire village. You've seen them before. Then tell me, where are they? The man in black asked coldly. Yes, I've seen them before. Ergo's serious and tender voice rang out. He pointed at the man in black with his little finger and said, You're a man and a woman. What? At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded when they heard this explanation. The man in black wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Is that wrong? I don't know you. You're all strangers. Strangers are a man and a woman. You're a man and a woman. Ergo's voice was tender, but he was serious, like a little adult who knew the truth. The man in black's breathing became heavy. He was so angry that smoke came out of his body. At this moment, he had the urge to kill. However, a child's words carried no harm. Looking at the child's serious expression, he could tell that he wasn't playing with them. I don't know you. You're strangers. You're a man and a woman, Ergo said again. His voice was clear and tender. The man in black was about to explode. A child's voice was the greatest insult to them. What a bunch of idiots. This mortal is trash. He's already so old and he doesn't even know whether he's a man or a woman. What bad luck. Let's go. We're really unlucky. How could we talk to a mortal for so long? Damn it. You can tell from the name. Ergo. What a damn name. The group of men in black couldn't stand the child's clear eyes, funny words, and serious expression. They all cursed angrily. Then they jumped on the back of the rocks and left. All the villagers heaved a sigh of relief. When the rocks were far away, they all praised Ergo's intelligence. Why? Was I wrong? Ergo's tender face was full of doubts. Yes, you're right. Your answer is completely correct. Everyone laughed. The crisis was over just like that. For this reason, the village chief specially told Zi-chen the good news. Wang Xian had woken up. Her injuries were too serious, and Zi-chen had already treated many wounds on her body. There were only 2 people in the small cellar, and the sound of their breathing could be heard. The atmosphere was slightly awkward. Hurry up and recover from your injuries. This is not a long-term place. We can't implicate the villagers. The village chief walked over, and the 2 of them cultivated separately, alleviating the awkward atmosphere. The villagers were very happy that they had survived the ordeal. They all praised Ergo for being smart and witty. Ergo's parents were very proud of him. The sky had turned completely dark. There was only a half moon in the sky, and it was obscured by the dense fog, making it hazy. They still had to work tomorrow, so they had to rest early today. Suddenly, a roc's cry sounded in the sky, and the hazy night disappeared in the next moment. The high-pitched cries of the rock continued to ring out, each cry louder than the previous one. The wind howled like a stormy sea, surging wildly. In the sky, 4 rocks appeared. When they spread their wings, they covered the entire mountain village, and the hazy moonlight was completely blocked. Shwa! 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 One figure after another flew down from the back of the rocks. They were all dressed in black, and in the pitch-black night they looked like ghosts. Their figures were elegant, and their expressions were cold. The villagers had been awakened and were terrified. They thought that the other party had discovered something, so they all walked out of their houses and looked at the men in black in fear. During the day, there were only a few men in black, but now there were more than 10 of them, and all of them were filled with killing intent. My lord, what's the matter? The village chief walked out trembling. His turbid eyes were filled with panic, as if he was very afraid. Humph, you stupid, unruly people. How dare you lie to me? Do you want your village to be slaughtered? The leader of the men in black snorted, and his killing intent surged. The village chief was so frightened that he sat on the ground, looking very embarrassed. My lord, I'm innocent. How dare we lie to you? You're still denying it? Every house here has a cellar. Why didn't you tell me? The man in black said coldly. The village chief felt wronged and helpless. My lord, you didn't ask us. Cut the crap. Search the houses. The man in black snorted. Then, with a whoosh, the men in black rushed into the houses. As for the leader, he walked into the village chief's house. Chen was hiding in the cellar, and the villagers naturally knew that. When they saw that the men in black wanted to search the cellar, they were all terrified. Fortunately, they were already very frightened, so they didn't arouse any suspicion. The village chief's mind was spinning. He followed behind the man in black, not knowing what to do. He was anxious, but there was nothing he could do. Bring me to the cellar, the man in black said coldly. The village chief could only nod and lead the way. Although the speed was very slow, the yard was only so big, and there would be an end to it. Pulling open the wooden door of the cellar, the old man walked in first, and the men in black followed behind. In this damp cellar, the old man could clearly hear his own heartbeat. Ba-dump, ba-dump. Are you nervous? No. The old man shook his head, but his heartbeat was even faster. Humph. The man in black snorted disdainfully, but in his heart he thought, this is really a group of stupid mortals, timid and afraid of trouble. They left this place and continued to chase into the distance. They saw many burned houses. Those were the houses where Chen had cremated the villagers. After that, they saw many cellars. After searching for a while, they found nothing. After that, they turned back. There was a small stone staircase, but when they reached the end, it was a very big cellar. There was a faint fragrance in the air, and it was different from the humid air. The village chief was very scared and led the men in black here. However, when they reached the bottom of the cellar, they didn't find a single person, not to mention a person. Even the bed that was placed here was gone. My lord, look, there is no one. The old man's heartbeat was even faster, and he was still very nervous. The cellar was only so big, and one could scan it a few times. The man in black naturally found it. Suddenly he frowned and said coldly, "This cellar is dark and damp. Where is the fragrance coming from?" "This." The old man was startled. To be honest, he didn't smell any fragrance, but when he heard the man in black, he looked around and found a small sachet next to a porcelain jar in the corner of the cellar. He was relieved and pointed, "My lord, it should be the child who left it here while playing hide and seek." Hide and seek? The man in black's eyes were full of disdain. After confirming that there was no one here, He wanted to leave immediately. He was afraid that if he stayed with mortals for too long, he would become stupid. In the end, the man in black left. When he was outside, the others had already appeared, and none of them found him. The man in black was too lazy to talk nonsense. There were many trees and forests here, and the possibility of Zi-Chin coming to the village was not high. Moreover, it was impossible to make the villagers lie. After all, Zi-Chan was a member of the Nimbus martial ancestor, and this was the territory of Yunxia City. One by one, they jumped on the back of the rocks and left. The man in black was too lazy to look at the villagers. The rocks finally left, but the villagers were still worried. No one dared to cheer, and they all returned to their rooms to rest quietly. At night, a figure appeared in the sky above the small village. An invisible energy extended from the sky and swept towards the ordinary village. The villagers were resting and didn't notice anything unusual. After a long time, the figure in the sky turned into a stream of light and disappeared. When the sky was bright, the man in black didn't appear again. The villagers began to cheer, and then they started to work for the day. Zi-Chen and Wang Xian came out from the secret compartment in the cellar. The small compartment could barely accommodate 2 people, and with some clothes, their bodies were close together. It was very ambiguous. The faint fragrance of her body wafted into Zi-Chen's nose, causing his body and mind to ripple. In addition, the 2 of them were close together, and some parts were even close to each other. Her perky breasts stimulated Zi-Chen through the soft red clothes, causing him to have a subconscious reaction. A hard object was pressed against Wang Xian. Zi-Chen was very embarrassed. This was a natural reaction. However, Wang Xian was embarrassed and angry. She couldn't wait to kick Zi-Chen away. After the man in black left, the 2 of them stayed together for a few hours. They didn't say a word, but it was very ambiguous. During this period, Zi-Chen closed his eyes tightly. He was chanting in his heart, "Emptiness is form, form is emptiness." However, his mind was still unable to calm down. Wang Xian was also very shy. When the sky was bright, Wang Xian couldn't take it anymore. She kicked Zi-Chen out of the secret compartment. The man in black didn't come again. The 2 of them hid in the cellar and recovered from their injuries. In the outside world, the man in black continued to search for Zi-Chen. He had already left this place. Days passed. 5 days later, Zi-Chen's injuries were fully healed. He was lively again. In this cellar, the 2 of them had a lot of contact. They slowly became familiar with each other. The cellar wasn't big. The 2 of them ate and lived together. It was very awkward and ambiguous. Therefore, in the evening, the 2 of them would go out to relax and, at the same time, inquire about some news. Wang Xian's injuries hadn't fully healed, so she couldn't leave. Besides that, she also stayed here in hopes that someone from Yunxia City would come to her rescue. Wang Xian's red dress had already been torn to shreds, revealing her skin. At this moment, she was wearing a rural woman's dress. It had been washed until it was bleached white, but there were no patches. She was like a green lotus, untainted by the mud. She was elegant, refined, and beautiful. Ordinary clothes couldn't hide her excellent temperament. Her face was painted with a layer of dark yellow, but there was another kind of charm to it. After interacting with the villagers, she got to know more about Zi-Chen. Moreover, everyone guessed that Wang Xian was Zi-Chen's little girlfriend. They all praised Zi-Chen even more. They called him a young hero and talked about Zi-Chen's heroic deeds. They talked about chasing the enemy for more than 1,000 miles and killing villains. Although Wang Xian was a disciple of a big family, she hated evil. Hearing the villagers' words, she was very touched. Zi-Chen had been chased by the martial ancestors' people. He must have just avoided the martial ancestors' people when he discovered the massacre in the village. Therefore, he chased after them. After killing the enemy, he wanted to take refuge in Yunxia City. He didn't expect to meet people from the Assassin's Pavilion and accidentally enter the Thousand Illusion sword formation. Fortunately, Zichen was extraordinary and didn't die. A few days later, Wang Xian's injuries were healed. Reinforcements still haven't arrived. Why don't we go to Yunxia City? Wang Xian suggested. It's good to go to Yunxia City, but can you guarantee that there are no black-clothed men guarding the road? They are probably waiting for us there, Zichen said. Then what should we do? Are we going to stay here forever? No, we will implicate the villagers. They can't find us, but they will come back to look for us. Zichen shook his head. Then what do you think we should do? Yunxia City is so big. Are there only experts in the city? Are there any hermits in other places? Zichen asked. There were cultivators and countless legends in the Tianmu continent. There were many powerful hermits in the mountains and rivers. They stood aloof from worldly affairs, but their strength was very strong. Now that there were Zephyr Realm experts chasing after them, Zichen needed the protection of these experts. Wang Xian's eyes lit up. This was indeed a way to seek the protection of those hermits. But soon, her expression became gloomy. There must be hermits, but I can't find them. I didn't ask in detail before. Then there's no other way. We can only think of a way to go to Yunxia City. Zichen sighed helplessly. Wang Xian lowered her head dejectedly. Suddenly, Wang Xian's face lit up again. She said, I know a place where our experts should be. We can go there to seek help. Chapter 104. Zichen had already given up hope, but he didn't expect Wang Xian to really think of such a place. His eyes lit up as he asked, Where is it? Wang Xian smiled mysteriously and said, The Lightning Region. Lightning Region? Zichen was stunned. He had never heard of this place before. The Lightning Region is very famous. It's one of the most mysterious places in the southern region. There are endless lightning bolts there that will never dissipate. It's like a lightning field, very mysterious. The lightning energy there is like a lightning dragon. Its power is peerless, and it's very difficult for ordinary people to get close. Only a few true experts can get close to the lightning region and extract some lightning energy to refine their life source magic treasures. The weakest people who can get close to the lightning region are Zephyr Realm experts. They come from all over the southern continent. If we go there, we might be able to find an expert to protect us. Wang Xian said. There are lightning bolts there all year round. How is that possible? Lightning is born out of thin air. It has no beginning and no end. It disappears in the blink of an eye. How can it never dissipate? Zichen's heart trembled. He was very curious about the lightning region. The heavenly lightning body tempering art introduced the heavenly lightning body tempering art, absorbing lightning energy to temper one's body. The lightning region was very special. Zichen needed to understand it carefully. Although this matter is strange, it's the truth. If it were someone else, they wouldn't be able to give you a reasonable explanation. Coincidentally, I know some secrets. Wang Xian was wearing the clothes of a commoner. Her face was painted with a layer of dark yellow, but it was still beautiful. There was a unique charm in it. She smiled. It was like 100 flowers blooming. The fragrance of the flowers brushed against one's face. There are rumors that the lightning region was created by the Lightning Divine Palace. Before Zichen could ask, Wang Xian explained. The Lightning Divine Palace has appeared many times in the history of the Tianmu continent. Every time it appears, it will bring endless bloodshed. It's said that the Lightning Divine Palace has the inheritance of the Lightning God. Once one obtains it, they will become a god and immortal existence. The entire Tianmu continent will tremble because of them. Are there really gods in the world? Zichen was shocked. Who in the world could live forever? Even the strongest cultivators, whose lifespan far exceeded that of ordinary people, would still reach the end of their life. And in the endless legends, gods were the most legendary. This was an existence that even ordinary mortals knew about. Gods were undying and inextinguishable. They were lofty existences with magical power that reached the heavens. They could call the wind and summon the rain. They could pluck the sun and seize the moon. They could control the heavens and the earth. They were the most powerful existences in the world. Gods were immortal and would not die. This was a legend, and it could also be said to be a type of belief. Zi-chan had long heard of it, but he never thought that there would really be a place like the Lightning Divine Palace, where the inheritance of a god still existed. This is just a legend that has existed for countless years. No one has ever obtained the inheritance, and the gods have never appeared before. No one has been able to prove it. Wang Xian explained, appearing very calm. This legend had been mentioned in the ancient books of the various powers. She had long known about it, so she was not surprised at all. However, the Lightning Divine Palace does indeed exist. But every time it appears, what it brings is not the inheritance of a god, but slaughter and destruction. In the past, many powers and superclans had fallen in the fight for the inheritance of the Lightning Divine Palace. The superpowers that were once incomparably prominent and intimidating for an era were also destroyed because of the appearance of the Lightning Divine Palace. Such situations can be found everywhere. Almost every time the Lightning Divine Palace appears, there would be one or two superpowers that would disappear. The appearance of the Lightning Divine Palace would attract the attention of all the powers. In order to obtain the inheritance of a god, they would use all their strength and resources to obtain the inheritance at all costs. Among them, there were some powers that had fallen in the journey to the Lightning Divine Palace. There were also some powers that had disappeared in the Lightning Divine Palace. In short, it is an ominous object that is filled with temptation. Zi-chan listened quietly. His emotions were like turbulent waves that could not be calmed down for a long time. He could not imagine how much resources those superpowers had, but he could imagine that a large group of Zephyr Realm experts, or even experts that had surpassed the Zephyr Realm, had fallen in large groups, and even more experts were rushing towards a large hall that was dazzling with lightning. The reason why the lightning region is so strange and has lightning that doesn't dissipate is also related to the Lightning Divine Palace. There are rumors that when the Lightning Divine Palace appeared last time, a superpower in the southern region used all their resources to attack the Lightning Divine Palace. That battle was unprecedented and brought about a great impact. In the end, that superpower dissipated, and the southern region that was once the Lightning Divine Palace was divided by many other powers. There were 7 great cities, 3 great sects, and many other powers. During that battle, it was said that a corner of the Lightning Divine Palace was shattered. That corner fell from the sky and turned into a lightning region. Since then, it has never declined and stood tall in the southern continent, becoming one of the most mysterious places in the southern continent. Wang Xian explained softly, and Zi-chan was extremely shocked. There was actually such a strange place in the world, and there was an endless amount of lightning energy there. To Zi-chan, it was a kind of attraction. He had to go there. He had already refined the true energy pill, but his strength had stopped at the pinnacle of true energy, level 10. Now, Zi-chan urgently wanted to increase his strength and reach the Xiantian realm as soon as possible. Another 2 days passed, and Wang Xian's injuries were completely healed. The reinforcements from Yunxia City had yet to arrive, so the two of them finally decided to set off. But before that, the two of them had to go in the direction of Yunxia City to try their luck. On a dark night, Zi-chan bade farewell to the villagers. Everyone came to send him off, and their eyes were filled with reluctance. Zi-chan, come when you are free. Qingshui village will be your home. The old village chief was trembling as he passed a bag to Zi-chan. Before we leave, we don't have anything good to give you. Zi-chan, take this jerky. It will be delicious on the road, so be careful. The butcher also took out a bag of jerky. Be careful. Those black-robed men haven't left yet. Yesterday, when I went hunting in the mountains, I heard the sound of that strange bird. The hunter also went forward and took out some clothes. Zi-chan was very touched and refused repeatedly. He knew that the lives of the villagers were not good. Take it. You are running for your lives, so you need to have enough food. Xiao Xian's injuries have just healed, so she needs food to recuperate. Yes, take it. Don't let Xiao Xian suffer on the road. Such a beautiful lady was hurt too badly last time. You are a man, so you have to protect her. The villagers spoke one after another, and Zi-chan could not refuse. He could only take some food. This was something they needed, and the rest was dispensable. If they were running for their lives, they could not bring too many things. The two of them finally left. Wang Xian, Er's eyes sparkled. After living here for so long, she was naturally clear about the living conditions of the villagers. However, when she was injured, she had meat and meat soup for every meal. To her, it was naturally nothing. However, to the villagers, these things were as important as their lives. The villagers took turns to take care of Zi-chan. Every day, they would bring some nourishing things. There was even one day when a hunter almost lost his life for a small ginseng. However, he still managed to bring the ginseng back with his injured body. The two of them walked in the mountains. They rested during the day and traveled at night. This time, it was Wang Xian who took care of Zi-chan. The latter's injuries had healed, and her strength was much stronger than Zi-chan's. 2 days later, the two of them were ambushed in a mountain forest. It was a group of masked men who were good at concealment and assassination. They appeared silently, but when they attacked, they were like thunder. Mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Their injuries were extensive, and their killing intent was boundless. Caught off guard, Wang Xian suffered a small loss. They are from the Assassin Pavilion. I didn't expect them to come to Yunxia City to assassinate me. The target of these masked men was clear. They were targeting Wang Xian. If they attacked Zi-chan, the latter would definitely die. In the battle in the forest, Zi-chan witnessed Wang Xian's powerful strength. She was young, but she was worthy of being called a genius. Red light flickered around her, dyeing half the sky red. Streaks of energy shot out like spiritual snakes, but the power was extraordinary. After a fierce battle, all the masked men were killed. She was at her peak, and her combat strength was terrifying. Zi-chan was under a lot of pressure when he was with Wang Xian. Both of them were about the same age, but the gap between their realms and combat strength was too big. Along the way, she was taking care of him. Towards her enemies, Wang Xian killed decisively. She was unusually cold, like an ice that wouldn't melt for thousands of years. She hated evil and killed with every move. In the end, the two of them killed their way out of the forest and decided to return to the Thunder region. Obviously, there were more masked men on the road to Yunxia City. Now that we are both being hunted down, there is no need to worry about who is implicating who. Wang Xian smiled faintly. There were traces of blood on her red lips. The road to the Thunder region was not peaceful. Other than the martial ancestors' men, there were also masked men. They were all in the true energy realm, but they were good at concealment and assassination. Their target was Wang Xian, and they could attack her from all directions. There was even one time when they hid in the swamp and attacked in an instant, making it impossible to guard against. Among them, the pressure from the martial ancestor was the greatest, because the other party had a Zephyr realm expert. This kind of existence could kill them with a single palm, so the two of them were very careful. The rock bird chirped in the sky, constantly reminding Zi-chan of their location. This made the two of them suffer a lot. During the half a month of escaping, Zi-chan and Wang Xian were injured again. The pursuers were too strong, and they even encountered a Zephyr realm expert. The two of them were seriously injured, and they spent a lot of effort to jump into a large river and luckily into an underground river. Only then did they manage to escape. Another half a month later, the two of them were covered in wounds. Zi Chen supported Wang Xian, as they walked slowly in the forest. Zi Chen had a special physique, and his willpower was strong, but his strength was not complementary. After a month of escaping, the two of them had already reached their limit. Another day, when Zi Chen was supporting Wang Xian, he suddenly felt a vast aura in front of them. It was like the might of the heavens, bringing with it a huge pressure. Zi Chen's expression changed, thinking that they had encountered another pursuer. During this period of time, he was really scared of being killed. But at this time, Wang Xian exclaimed, we're here, we're finally in the Thunder region. P.S. Collect fresh flowers. Chapter 105. Wang Xian jumped and screamed like a child. She was extremely excited. Zi Chen was also very excited. After escaping for so long, they had finally reached their destination. The lightning region was right in front of them. After escaping for so many months, how could he not be excited when he finally saw the light at the end of the tunnel? As the two of them moved forward, the heavenly might became stronger. Wang Xian's body emitted a faint red glow to resist the pressure. Due to her serious injuries, she had difficulty moving forward. Her beautiful face was very pale. On the other hand, Zi Chen's body was strong and his injuries were light. Comparatively, he was in a better condition. Rumble! Rumble! Thunder rumbled as lightning dragons danced in the air. The deafening sound traveled for more than 10 miles. After moving forward for a few miles, the heavenly might became even more terrifying. At the same time, the rumbling sound became louder. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The surroundings were dead silent. There were no plants, birds, or flowers. There was only the rumbling sound of thunder. There were no birds in the sky, no beasts on the ground, and no signs of life. It was like a dangerous place. This is the lightning region. Looking at the lightning region ahead, Zi Chen's eyes were filled with shock. It was said that the lightning region was formed from a corner of the lightning shrine that was knocked off. In Zi Chen's imagination, it was at most a few 100 meters wide. However, the lightning region in front of him was more than 10 miles wide. Furthermore, it was shining with silver light. Lightning continued to wreak havoc. Lightning snakes danced wildly and made earth-shattering sounds. The lightning had no beginning and no root. It would never dissipate. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Bolts of lightning were wreaking havoc. This was a mysterious and extraordinary place. The lightning was dazzling, like the roar of an angry dragon. Although the lightning region was right in front of them, it seemed to be in another space. No matter how the lightning wreaked havoc, it couldn't escape this space. It was as if there was a huge transparent light shield that isolated the lightning. No matter how the lightning wreaked havoc, it couldn't escape. They were still 1,000 meters away from the lightning region, but Wang Xian couldn't take it anymore. She could barely move her body. Facing the heavenly might with her serious injuries was very difficult. Zi Chen was better. He didn't feel any discomfort yet. However, the overwhelming pressure made him feel very uncomfortable. This place is filled with lightning. Where are the strong cultivators? Zi Chen looked around. It was empty. There was only a huge lightning region. It was dozens of miles long, like a crouching thunder dragon. The true experts are all refining weapons inside. Wang Xian shouted, but as soon as she finished speaking, she started coughing lightly. Her injuries were very serious. The power of the heavens was hard to fathom, and the thunder and lightning were very terrifying. It was like an electric snake wreaking havoc, and its power was peerless. When Zi Chen saw it for the first time, he gave up the idea of absorbing the thunder and lightning to temper his body. At the same time, for the first time, he had doubts about the heavenly thunder reshaping technique. The reason for that was because the might of the lightning was simply too vast. He was even more shocked when he heard that there were experts refining weapons inside. There are no experts in the outside world. Are we going to go in? Zi Chen's expression changed. The Thunder territory was filled with thunder and lightning. If he entered, he would have to face thousands of thunder and lightning attacks. Not to mention him, a mere true energy boundary martial artist. Even if a true energy boundary martial artist came, they would be instantly annihilated. There's no other way now. We can only go to the edge of the lightning region and wait there to see if there are any experts. Furthermore, we have to be the first to discover the experts who are here to obtain the power of lightning before the Zephyr Realm experts arrive. Wang Xian gritted her teeth and said, "How can this be?" Zi Chen was completely dumbfounded. He thought that he would be saved once he saw the lightning region, but now he had to try his luck. If there were no experts refining weapons here or passing by, the two of them would definitely die. All right, then we can only go all out. Zi Chen was not a hesitant person, let alone when it was a matter of life and death. He gritted his teeth and prepared to go forward. At this moment, several figures appeared on the horizon. They were all masked and dressed in black. Their eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. They appeared with weapons in their hands, and under the sunlight, their weapons gleamed coldly. Their faces were gloomy, and their expressions were almost the same. Step by step, they walked towards the lightning region. Their steps were firm, just like their killing intent. "Oh, no, the people from the Assassin's Pavilion are here." Zi Chen exclaimed and went forward with Wang Xian. Wang. Streaks of red light emerged from Wang Xian's body and protected her, making her appear illusory and ethereal. The pressure of the thunder and lightning was too terrifying. Wang Xian, who was severely injured, was having a hard time resisting it. Zi Chen was in a better state. He pulled Wang Xian and walked towards the lightning region. The two of them were about 1,000 meters away from the lightning region. Now that the masked men had arrived, the two of them had no way to retreat. Hence, they increased their speed. "You guys are good at hiding. You actually ran to the lightning region. Entering the lightning region means certain death. However, I'm afraid that the two of you won't be able to enter in your current state. Don't worry, wait for us at the front. We'll send you off immediately," the masked men behind them said coldly. Along the way, they had fought several intense battles. Zi Chen had always been with Wang Xian, and even blocked a few fatal attacks for her. Hence, he was also wanted by the Assassin's Pavilion. Shameless boasting. Come at me if you can. A bunch of cowards who can't see the light of day. Zi Chen replied coldly and continued to move forward. When they were only a few hundred meters away from the lightning region, Wang Xian could no longer hold on. She coughed out a mouthful of blood, and her face was even paler. "Leave. Don't bother about me." Wang Xian pushed Zi Chen weakly. She was very weak, and her beautiful face was pale. "What are you talking about? You protected me with your life that day. How can I abandon you and leave today?" Zi Chen held on tightly to Wang Xian. Wang. At this moment, streaks of silver light emerged from Zi Chen's body. They were like tiny electric snakes that flowed along Zi Chen's arm and entered Wang Xian's body. Zi Chen was only in the true qi realm. He couldn't condense his true qi out of his body and could only pass it along his arm. Streaks of true qi flowed like water and entered Wang Xian's body, following which they flowed to the surface of her body. They were very pure and warm like water. In an instant, Wang Xian's body was shining with silver light. The terrifying pressure of the thunder and lightning was blocked outside. The uncomfortable feeling disappeared instantly. "You!" Wang Xian was shocked. Zi Chen was only in the true qi realm, yet he was able to block the pressure of the thunder and lightning that even she couldn't withstand. At the same time, What made Wang Xian change her expression was the energy in Zi Chen's body. It felt as though he was one with the thunder and lightning. Along the way, Wang Xian realized that Zi Chen was getting more and more mysterious. It was as though there were layers of fog covering him. After dispersing one layer of fog, another layer of fog would appear. She couldn't see through him at all. Wang Xian Er's voice was drowned out by the thunder and lightning. Zi Chen didn't hear her. At this moment, the two of them were less than 500 meters away from the lightning region. The masked men followed closely behind. Their bodies were shining brightly as they resisted the pressure of the thunder and lightning. They weren't injured and were very strong. They could withstand the pressure and move forward. However, they weren't as relaxed as Zi Chen. Hang in there, kid. Don't let us catch up to you. Try to enter the lightning region. Otherwise, your life will end today. If you offend the assassin's pavilion, you have no other choice but to commit suicide. Zi Chen ignored them. The silver light on his body was getting brighter. The terrifying pressure of the thunder and lightning seemed to have stimulated his body. His sky thunder reshaping art was circulating faster, releasing streaks of thunder and lightning energy. In the end, the two of them stopped 100 meters away from the lightning region. On one hand, the pressure of the thunder and lightning was getting stronger. On the other hand, the masked men didn't chase after them. They were 300 meters away, and their speed was getting slower. Beyond 200 meters, it was difficult for them to move forward. It took them a long time to take a step forward. These guys are persistent. Zi Chen turned around and snorted when he saw the masked men. The masked men took a long time to take a step forward. However, they didn't give up and were closing in. Zi Chen and Wang Xian sat hand in hand. The latter was recovering from her injuries. Zi Chen looked at them coldly. I'm not leaving. I'll wait for you guys here. Let's see what you can do. A bunch of scoundrels who can't see the light. Don't die under this pressure. I'm still waiting for you to kill me. Hey, the scoundrel at the back. You're too slow. Hurry up and catch up. I'll wait for you here. Zi Chen was 100 meters away. He was constantly making sarcastic remarks to provoke the masked men. Brat, you may be stubborn now. Let's see how you'll die later. You're digging your own grave. When I catch you later, even if you kneel on the ground and beg me, it won't make a difference. Even if you kill your companions to make up for your mistakes, it won't work. The masked men gritted their teeth. As time passed, the masked men slowed down. During this period, Zi Chen advanced another 50 meters as a precaution. He kept making sarcastic remarks to provoke the masked men. Every time he called them young masters, the masked men were going to explode from anger. They were true energy realm experts who specialized in assassination. They didn't care about those of the same level. But today they were humiliated by a mere true energy realm brat. Feeling humiliated and angry, the masked men kept advancing. But when they were 100 meters away, they couldn't withstand the pressure of the lightning and stopped. They were 50 meters away, and naturally they weren't willing to give up. During this period, both parties didn't stop. Instead, they continued to bicker and greet each other. The masked men were furious and didn't want to give up. Hence, they activated their sword radiance and attacked Wang Xian. TSK. The sword radiance was like a rainbow piercing through the air. It was a pity that before it could reach Wang Xian, the sword radiance couldn't withstand the pressure of the lightning and dissipated instantly. Streaks of sword radiance pierced through the air. They were dazzling, but like fireworks, they dissipated at the fastest speed. What's wrong? You feel bad after chasing me all the way here. Now, you're setting off fireworks for me. Not bad. That firework isn't nice. It's not beautiful at all. You should set it up in the sky. This is good. A streak of sword radiance exploded in front of Zi Chen. Good. That's it. Not bad. Number 1, you did the best. Number 2, you can't do it. Put on some expression when you attack and give me a smile. As for the youngest, you'd better go home and drink milk. I didn't ask you to release a single sword radiance for so long. And the youngest is not bad. After holding it in for so long, you actually released a big one. Looks like you really treated it as a fart. Haha, not bad. Chapter 106. The masked man gritted his teeth. He could still talk back earlier, but what Zi-Chen said at the end was really unbearable. How dare he split them into groups? How despicable! They remained silent and didn't give in. They continued to attack. Even though they knew it was useless, they still had to release sword chi to vent their anger. You bunch of trash are really persistent. You're still holding on. The mocking look on Zi-Chen's face disappeared. His eyes were burning with anger. After being chased for so long, the anger in his heart had reached a peak. He needed to vent it out, and now was the time. How are you? Can you hold on by yourself? Zi-Chen looked at Wang Xianer, who was beside him. Wang Xianer opened her eyes. After meditating for more than 2 hours, her injuries had recovered significantly. She nodded at Zi-Chen, following which a red light flashed around her body. It was as if a misty light shield had appeared. The pressure of the thunder and lightning was blocked by her. All right, I'll go and destroy these guys. Zi-Chen let go of Wang Xianer's hand. Cold light flashed in his eyes. After being chased for so long, it was time to collect some interest. Don't be rash. Be careful. Wang Xianer's voice came from behind him. I know what to do. Zi-Chen didn't even turn his head. His body was shining with silver light as he rushed towards the masked man who was closest to him. Brett, you're here to die. Murderous intent flashed in the masked man's eyes. The long sword in his hand flickered, and a sword chi rushed towards Zi-Chen. In a short distance, the sword chi didn't dissipate. It was still very powerful and carried a bone-chilling, murderous intent. Swoosh! Zi-Chen tapped his foot and flashed past the sword chi. His body was like a ghost. In an instant, he was dozens of meters away, beside the masked man. Lightning flashed and moved at an extremely fast speed. Under the heavenly might, he wasn't affected at all. His expression was cold. His body was shining with silver light. He was like a silver-armored war god. His eyes were cold and emotionless. He clenched his fist tightly. Streaks of lightning appeared and struck towards the masked man's head. The power of this punch was unparalleled. In addition to the full power of this punch, there was also endless fury within it. The masked man hadn't expected Zi-Chen's speed at all. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he was very surprised. His feet flashed, and he wanted to dodge to the side. However, Zi-Chen's attack was too fast. Moreover, because they were in the lightning dominion, the masked man had to resist the pressure, and his speed was greatly reduced. Bang! Zi-Chen's fist landed squarely on the other party's head, causing a loud explosion. The other party's figure swayed, and he was forced back 2 steps. The true essence barrier around him rippled, but he wasn't injured. There was a difference of 2 realms between them. Zi-Chen's attack didn't break through his defense. At his current level, he could at most kill someone in the greater heaven realm. Brat, you're F*** attacking me. You're courting death. The masked man was furious. The punch just now had shaken his head. You're the one courting death. I don't believe that I can't break through your defense. A cold light flashed in Zi-Chen's eyes. Lightning flashed continuously under his feet. He was like a bolt of lightning, constantly moving in this small space. Swish! 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 When the lightning flashes appeared and dodged the other party's attacks, Zi-Chen also took the opportunity to attack the other party. Bang! 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 Strange. Who is this brat? Why isn't the lightning pressure having any effect on him? He's actually so fast. Under this pressure, he's actually walking on flat ground. He's only in the true Qi realm. Zi-Chen's attacks were very sharp and fierce. But the most shocking thing was that Zi-Chen was actually immune to the lightning pressure, as if he was walking on flat ground. This made the masked man in the true Qi realm extremely shocked. Bang! Zi-Chen punched the masked man back and laughed disdainfully. Dog, weren't you very arrogant before? Why are you mute now? Clenching his fist, a dazzling lightning appeared, matching the color of the lightning dominion. Its power was extraordinary. It was as if bolts of lightning were constantly appearing. Bang! The masked man retreated again and again. He was ashamed and angry. He was in the true Qi realm, but he was actually being humiliated by a true Qi realm. If it weren't for this damned pressure, I could kill 10 of you with one hand. The masked man roared again and again, striking out a sharp attack. But in this place his speed was suppressed. His powerful attacks simply couldn't touch Zi-Chen. Bullshit. If I was in the true Qi realm, I could kill all of you with a finger. Trash, you're about to die, and you still dare to shout in front of me? Zi-Chen's words were as sharp as his attacks. Kill me? Do you have the ability? I'm standing here, but you can't break through my defense. The masked man coldly snorted. Zi-Chen's attacks were very sharp. His fists fell, hitting the masked man's head until he was dizzy. But the true Qi barrier around his body was still there. Zi-Chen really couldn't break through his defense. Qi. The dazzling sword Qi broke through the air with amazing power. Zi-Chen could only dodge and retreat. Trash! I'll stand here and let you hit me. The masked man sneered, but his attacks were unusually sharp. Pum! 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 Zi-Chen punched continuously, but the effect wasn't good. He really couldn't break through the masked man's defense. Wang Xian, her beautiful eyes were wide open. It was beyond her expectations that Zi-Chen could suppress the masked man. Thunderbolt finger! Zi-Chen roared. He had no choice but to use a first-rate battle technique. In an instant, silver light flashed between his fingers, and a bolt of lightning appeared. In the lightning dominion, the sound of thunder shook the sky. At this moment, it seemed to be stimulated by the thunder outside. The sound of thunder became louder and deafening. At the same time, Zi-Chan realized that the lightning energy on the thunderbolt finger seemed to be stronger. Lightning flashed between his fingers like a lightning dragon. It was extremely powerful, and it scared the masked man. The latter quickly retreated, trying to avoid this attack. Boom! The lightning flashed and exploded on the masked man's body. The terrifying energy dissipated, and the true Yuan light shield around the masked man trembled rapidly. The true Yuan light shield trembled a few times, but it didn't shatter. The masked man's shock turned to joy, and he laughed loudly. Haha, you don't live up to your reputation. You can't break through my defense at all. The masked man in the distance heaved a sigh of relief. The lightning attack just now was indeed frightening. It was a pity that it wasn't very powerful. In the meantime, they attacked one after another to support their companions. Let's see how hard your tortoiseshell is. After attacking for a long time, Zi-Chen still couldn't break through the masked man's defense. He was unconvinced and attacked again. Among them, the thunderbolt finger was the most powerful. Rumbling sounds could be heard. It was as if the lightning in the lightning dominion had rushed out to the outside world. Fist radiance and lightning continued to attack. Haha, useless brat. The masked man laughed loudly. Zi-Chan was angry, but there was nothing he could do. Zi-Chen, beat him up and let the lightning kill him. Suddenly, Wang Xian's voice sounded. That's right. Zi-Chen's eyes lit up. I can't kill you, but I can beat you into the lightning. Let's see if you can survive. With a tap of his foot, a silver light flashed. Zi-Chen was already behind the masked man. Then he punched out fiercely. This time he didn't hit the masked man's head, but his back. Boom! Under the punch, the masked man was forced to take a few steps forward. He staggered and almost fell. Pum! Chen didn't give the masked man any time to react. He flashed forward and punched out again. The masked man took a few steps forward again. Chen attacked continuously. His speed was very fast, and the masked man couldn't resist at all. He staggered and could only defend himself with a huge light shield like a tortoise shell. Not good. If this goes on, he will be beaten into the depths sooner or later. Damn this guy. He's really insidious. Hurry up and attack. The other masked men felt that something was wrong and attacked continuously. However, Chen had profound footwork and was not afraid of them at all. He could always dodge them easily. From beginning to end, the masked man had been beaten more than 10 meters in. At this moment, it was even more difficult for him to move. The terrifying pressure was pressing him to the ground. Moreover, the deeper he went, the greater the consumption of his Zhenyuan. Once he ran out of Zhenyuan, he would die without a doubt. He roared, and madness appeared in his eyes. Streams of Zhenyuan surged, and a surging aura appeared. He met Chen's silver fist head-on. Boom! The powerful impact sent Chen flying. He coughed up blood in the air and was already injured. However, the masked man was also pushed back a few meters. The pressure became stronger again, and the masked man couldn't bear it. With a crack, he knelt on the ground with one knee. No need to bow to this young master. This young master doesn't care. Chen wiped the blood from his mouth. Silver light surged around him, and his eyes emitted a cold light. He stepped forward again. Pum! This time, the masked man was using all his strength to resist the pressure. It was difficult for him to block Chen's attack. In an instant, he was kicked back more than 10 meters by Chen. The terrifying pressure directly pressed him to the ground, making him unable to move. The Zhenyuan in his body crazily surged, resisting the pressure with great difficulty. The Thunder Dominion was very special. Just the pressure here was not something a Zhenyuan boundary cultivator like him could resist. A moment later, the masked man's Zhenyuan was exhausted. The protective light shield disappeared, and a terrifying pressure descended. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on him. The masked man's body emitted clear sounds of bones breaking. Ka-ka! His bones were breaking, and blood was flowing out of his orifices. His expression was very fierce, and drops of blood flowed out of his eyes. It was a terrifying sight. In just a few breaths of time, the masked man spat out blood, dyeing his face red. Then his head tilted to the side and he died. In just a few breaths of time, all the bones in his body had been shattered. Seeing the masked man's death, Chen felt a chill run down his spine. If it weren't for him being special, he feared he would have died a miserable death like this man. Chen turned around and looked at the remaining masked men. He saw that all of them had fear in their eyes. After exchanging a glance with Chen, they couldn't help but shiver. Then they quickly turned and ran out of the Thunder Dominion. It was clear that they were also afraid. Unfortunately, in the face of the pressure, their speed was too slow. They were as slow as a turtle. You want to leave now? Too late. Chapter 107. Outside the lightning field, there was a terrifying pressure. Ordinary true energy experts would find it hard to resist. Only Zephyr experts would be able to resist this pressure and enter the lightning field to refine their life treasure. But now, Chen, who was only at the true energy realm, was able to ignore the pressure as if he was walking on flat ground. Silver light shone from his body, and he was like a bolt of lightning. Boom! 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 Chen turned into a bolt of lightning and moved like a ghost. His speed was extremely fast, and his attacks were fierce. One after another, the masked men were beaten back by Chen. What awaited them was the supreme power of heaven. The anger that had been suppressed for months finally exploded. Zi Chen was fighting to his heart's content. He continuously attacked, and his attacks were sharp. He was only at the true energy realm. Normally, when he saw true energy experts, he would only run for his life. But today, with the pressure of lightning, Zi Chen was able to vent his anger. In the distance, Wang Xian was delighted to see this. "Brett, let me go. I swear I won't kill you. Otherwise, you'll have to suffer the wrath of the heavenly slaughter pavilion." One of the masked men began to beg for mercy as he dodged Zi Chen's attacks. His companions had died too miserably. He didn't want to die in such a sullen manner. "Let you go? Why didn't you let us go back then?" Zi Chen snorted and punched once more. Boom! The black-robed man was forced back by this punch. Our heavenly slaughter pavilion covers the entire martial heaven continent. If you offend us, we'll kill you. If you let me go, we'll be friends in the future. Brat, we're an existence that even dares to provoke Yunxia City. If you offend us, you'll have no gate to heaven. Our target isn't you. Let us go, and we'll let bygones be bygones. You better think this through. Our heavenly slaughter pavilion is much stronger than Yunxia City. Offending us isn't wise. Facing the powerful Zichen, the masked men had no choice but to submit. They all begged for mercy, using both hard and soft tactics. However, Zi-chan remained indifferent and attacked even more fiercely. These people were all killers and had killed countless innocent people. How could Zi-chan let them go? Bang! A masked man was smashed into the depths of the pressure, and he let out a series of miserable shrieks. The heavenly might descended, crushing his bones and producing crisp sounds. Boom! Another masked man was struck into the pressure. He lay on the ground, bleeding from his 7 orifices. His expression was hideous and terrifying. At this moment, Zi-chen was like a demon king, killing without blinking. His eyes were like lightning, and his attacks were swift and fierce. He was able to kill a true element realm martial artist while in the true chi realm. He had performed a miracle. Bang! Another masked man was sent into the pressure. He screamed and begged for mercy. You killed the innocent and didn't even spare ordinary people. If I let you go today, who knows how many more people will suffer in the future. Today he had vented all of his anger. Zi-chin fought to his heart's content. He kept running and defending passively. He was in an incomparably miserable state as he was chased like a dog. Today, with the help of the heavenly might, Zi-chen finally made a move. He could hold his head high and vent all the unhappiness in his heart. Wang Xian was also very happy to see Zi-chin making a move. She was very satisfied. She never showed mercy when killing evil people. Pung! 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 In just a few breaths, all the masked men were smashed into the depths of the pressure. They were only a dozen meters away from Wang Xian, but they couldn't make a move. They could only try their best to resist the pressure. You guys can fend for yourselves. Looking at the crowd, Zi-chin said coldly. Now, they could only wait for death. Once their elemental energy was depleted, they would die without a doubt. Shrieks rang out continuously. Some masked men begged for mercy, while others cursed. You guys have committed all kinds of evil. You will only be a scourge if you stay in this world, Zi-chin said coldly. He ignored them and walked towards Wang Xianer. Roar! At this moment, a high-pitched bird cry suddenly rang out from the horizon. Black clouds appeared in the sky, blotting out the sun as they drifted towards Wang Xian, at lightning speed. At the periphery of the lightning region, the rumbling of thunder was deafening. However, it still couldn't drown out the cries of rocks. They were loud and clear. A few rocks appeared in the sky. They spread their wings, blotting out the sun as they flew towards Wang Xian. An austere killing intent surged out from the rocks, gushing towards Wang Xian. The martial ancestors' men. Zi-chin looked up at the sky, and his expression changed instantly. The Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion was the first to arrive, followed by the martial ancestors' men. It had been more than 2 hours, but he still hadn't encountered any weapon forging experts. It seemed that his luck today was too bad. You guys came at the right time. Wang Xian's beautiful eyes flickered as she said the sentence without any reason. The rocks cried out as they spread their wings and flew over, bringing with them gusts of wind. Above the rocks was a group of experts from the martial ancestor. They were filled with killing intent. They were here to kill Ziqin. When they were close to the lightning region, the rocks suddenly trembled as if they felt the pressure of the lightning. They actually showed signs of descending. Roar! The rocks flapped their wings madly, withstanding the pressure, and soared into the sky once again. At this moment, a strange change occurred. The lightning region suddenly turned violent, as if the spatial light barrier had been shattered. As the lightning flashed, a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared, piercing through the sky. It rushed out of the light barrier like a winding lightning dragon and rushed towards the rocks in the distance. Boom! This was real thunder and lightning, and its speed was also real. In an instant, it arrived in front of a pung. The thunder and lightning exploded, and a terrifying aura erupted. The pung in the air only had time to let out a mournful cry before it was completely enveloped by the thunder and lightning. In less than a breath's time, the lightning dissipated. And in the midst of the lightning, whether it was the rocks or the black-robed men on the rock's back, they were all turned into dust and disappeared. This is... Ziqin's eyes widened, and he was incomparably shocked. Near the lightning region, there is a restricted airspace. No birds dare to fly over. As long as there is something in the sky, it will cause a change in the lightning region. They brazenly brought the rocks here. They are simply courting death. Wang Xian's voice was cold, and there was a hint of schadenfreude in her voice. Haha, that's good. Ziqin laughed, because at this moment the lightning region turned violent again. Another few bolts of lightning flew out, bringing along a destructive aura as they rushed towards the rocks. On the rock's back, the experts from the martial ancestors screamed in terror. They didn't have time to control the rocks to land, and all of them jumped down from the rock's back, wanting to avoid the lightning attack. However, it was a pity that this was the lightning territory, which was related to the lightning divine palace. Everything could not be looked at with common sense. The lightning in the air was like a lightning dragon. In an instant, it split into dozens of small lightning dragons, which then rushed towards everyone in the air. Boom! 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 The sound of explosions rang out continuously, and the sound of rolling thunder surged. Streaks of dazzling silver light, like the sun, appeared in the sky. It was dazzling and resplendent, as if it was a real fireworks show. After a few breaths, the silver light dissipated, and the sky returned to normal. Everything returned to silence. The sky was empty and there was nothing. How is this possible? Ziqin wasn't the only one who was shocked. Even the masked men who hadn't died yet were extremely shocked. In just a few breaths of time, everything had turned to dust. Not a single trace was left behind. This was too terrifying. The martial ancestors' people came arrogantly, but they died in the blink of an eye. However, not all of them died. There were still people from the martial ancestor in the sky. After knowing that the people from Cloud City had interfered, the martial ancestor sent many experts this time. Among them, there were 2 flying realm experts. Seeing this, the people in the distance all ordered their rocks to land, and then walked towards the lightning region. In the blink of an eye, dozens of figures appeared in front of them. How many people from the martial ancestor came? So many died, and there are still dozens left? Ziqin was speechless. He didn't know how he had offended the martial ancestor, and the other party actually sent so many people. Ah! A mournful scream rang out. A masked man had used up all of his true yuan, and his bones were all shattered. He died with blood flowing out of his 7 orifices. The other masked men trembled. They also didn't have much true yuan left. After that, a few more screams rang out. The people from the heavenly slaughter pavilion had all died. The martial ancestors' people approached and encountered the pressure of the lightning. Their strength varied. Because Zichen was in the true energy realm, there were also many Xiantian realm experts here. They were determined to kill Zichen. Facing the heavenly might, they were even more helpless. Their bodies slowed down when they were a few hundred meters away. Humph, chasing me all the way. It's destined that I'll kill you all today. Killing intent flashed in Zichen's eyes. He had already set his sights on the Xiantian realm experts. He took a few steps forward and picked up a cold, gleaming sword. With a tap of his foot, he rushed towards the Xiantian martial ancestors, people at lightning speed. Zichen's figure flickered. He was as fast as lightning and as illusory as a ghost. He dodged the attacks of several true energy realm experts and arrived beside the Xiantian realm experts in the blink of an eye. Like a wolf in a flock of sheep, he was unimpeded and wreaked havoc. Sword light flashed, carrying a dense killing intent as it streaked across the sky. Puff! A terrified head flew up and blood spurted out. Swoosh! Zichen tapped his foot and clenched his fist. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. He was like a silver-armored war god as he punched out. Boom! Under the powerful force, a Xiantian realm weapon was shattered. Zichen's body was powerful and terrifying. He then punched out and shattered the Xiantian realm expert's protective shield. In an instant, the Xiantian realm expert was sent flying. After refining all the Xiantian pills, Zichen's strength had reached the pinnacle of the true energy realm. His body was indescribably strong. Ordinary Xiantian realm experts were nothing in front of him, unless they were late or peak Xiantian realm experts. Under this powerful attack, the Xiantian realm experts were annihilated one after another. It was as easy as cutting melons and cutting grass. Because of the terrifying pressure, even the late-stage Xiantian realm experts would die without a doubt if they encountered Zichen. The true energy realm experts had already rushed back, but Zichen relied on his extreme speed to retreat into the depths of the battlefield. He no longer fought with them. It was like flying a kite. Zichen wanted to exhaust his opponents to death. Gradually, the martial ancestors' people suffered heavy casualties. Facing Zichen here, with the help of the heaven's might, he was almost invincible. After exhausting a true energy realm expert to death, the martial ancestors' disciples were finally scared. They retreated one by one and stopped advancing. They all looked at Zichen with shock and fear. Chapter 108. Zichen was not strong, but he was able to move unimpeded here. His speed was so fast that he could even exhaust a true energy realm warrior to death. Everyone retreated, not daring to get close. They were both shocked and angry. They clearly had the ability to kill the other party with one slap. But here, limited by the pressure of the thunder, they were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Come, didn't you want to kill me? I'll wait for you here. Zichen's eyes were like lightning, and his tone was cold. Everyone clenched their teeth, but they did not dare to step forward. They would not joke with their lives. Haven't you always been very strong? Are all the great martial ancestor cowards? Come if you have the ability. Zichen did not give up, and his tone was arrogant. Kid, don't be so arrogant. Come out if you have the ability. I can kill you with one slap. Come out, I can kill you with one finger. Some of the martial ancestors' disciples could not stand it and retorted. I'll say the same to you. If you have the guts to come, I can kill all of you with one slap. A bunch of trash, dogs. How dare you kill my Nimbus martial ancestor? In the future, when I, Zichen, have the strength, I will naturally go to your martial ancestor. Zichen's eyes were cold, and his voice was full of hatred. The martial ancestor of the future is my Nimbus martial ancestor today. I will take revenge. Shameless boasting. My martial ancestor has many experts. You think you can do it? Little thing, don't talk big here. You only have less than 2 hours to live. Just enjoy it quietly. Yes, when my Zephyr Realm expert comes, it will be the time of your death. The martial ancestor's disciples all spoke. They did not like Zi-Chen's belittling of the martial ancestor. Relying on your Zephyr Realm. You guys are just a bunch of trash. I, a mere true energy realm warrior, can kill you guys like dogs. Each and every one of you can't wait to run away with your tails between your legs. In my opinion, the martial ancestor is nothing more than this. I can see through your martial ancestor just by looking at one person. You're all a bunch of trash. To deal with a mere true energy realm cultivator like me, you guys are worse than pigs and dogs. Zi-Chen's words were not polite at all, and his words were quite vicious. However, none of the martial ancestor's disciples dared to go up, fearing that they would be killed by Zi-Chen. What a load of nonsense. Our martial ancestor is inferior to pigs and dogs. Then what about your Nimbus martial ancestor? Isn't your martial ancestor the same as a dog? He fawned over our martial ancestor and has already become an elder of our martial ancestor. Finally, someone was annoyed by the scolding and retorted, "What? Our martial ancestor has become an elder of your martial ancestor?" Zi-Chen was astonished. That's right. He came here licking his face. Back then, he didn't even leave when he was rushing back to the sect. The black-clothed man said proudly. Zi-Chen's eyes turned and his mind was racing. The martial ancestor had destroyed the Nimbus martial ancestor, killed the first elder, and killed everyone else. However, the martial ancestor had not killed the martial ancestor. The latter was still an elder of the martial ancestor. There seemed to be something else going on here. What a load of nonsense. The Nimbus martial ancestor is no longer here. How can the martial ancestor still be alive? Zi-Chen sneered. Humph, that's because you're stupid. You should know. The black-clothed man was incomparably arrogant. He had finally gained the upper hand. However, before he could finish his sentence, a terrifying aura came from the horizon. Boom! A terrifying aura suddenly appeared from the horizon, following which a black shadow came from afar. He stepped on the void, and with each step the void started to tremble. It was a black-clothed man. He had a cold expression on his face as he walked on air. The aura around him surged, and each step he took caused the void to tremble. A Zephyr Realm expert. Zi-Chen's face changed. His luck today was really bad. He tapped his foot and retreated continuously. When he reached Wang Xian'er's side, he realized that her face was also incomparably ugly. The two of them were really unlucky today. Haha, brat, our Zephyr Realm expert is here. Let's see if you can still be arrogant. Look at your face. You didn't wet your pants in fear, right? Your time has come. The black-clothed man sneered. He looked at Zi-Chen as if he was looking at a dead man. Brat, weren't you very arrogant just now? Let me tell you, your martial ancestor has already become an elder of our martial ancestor. It's destined that your Nimbus martial ancestor has no future. It's only a matter of time before it's destroyed. The black-clothed man from before laughed sinisterly. Zi-Chen retreated and arrived in front of Wang Xian'er. The two of them raised their heads and looked at the Zephyr Realm expert in the distance. The other party was still standing in the air and was walking towards them. Don't come down, don't come down. Zi-Chen prayed in his heart. There was a forbidden zone here. As long as it was activated, he believed that the lightning in the Thunder region would be able to destroy the other party. His prayer seemed to have come true. The other party really didn't come down. Instead, he walked step by step and entered the range of the Thunder region. Whoa! The Thunder region trembled, and the sound of thunder was deafening. A thick lightning bolt rushed out of the Thunder region like a winding lightning dragon and rushed towards the Zephyr Realm expert. Zi Chen was agitated. He looked at the lightning bolt and waited quietly for the other party to be turned into ashes. The lightning bolt rushed towards the Zephyr Realm expert, but it didn't explode. The other party stretched out his hand, and his 5 fingers shone brightly, emitting a jade-like radiance. The terrifying lightning bolt was actually forcefully held in the other party's hand, following which the huge lightning bolt gradually became smaller in the other party's hand. In the end, it was like a small lightning ball being held in his hand. Boom! After that, the small lightning ball exploded in the middle of his fingers, releasing a terrifying aura. The black-robed man stood in the air without the slightest injury. What? How could this be? Zi Chen's expression changed drastically. The powerful lightning bolt was actually crushed, and it didn't hurt the other party at all. He no longer had any hope in his heart. Zung! 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 Zi Chen took a few steps back. His eyes were filled with shock. Boom! Boom! The Forbidden Zone had been activated, and the Thunder region was once again activated, following which an even thicker lightning bolt rushed out crazily. The lightning was dazzling, and it carried a destructive aura. It was like a furious lightning dragon, roaring and rushing towards the Zephyr Realm expert. Rumble! This time, the power of the lightning was even stronger. The Zephyr Realm expert didn't dare to be careless. Light flashed in his hand, and he slapped towards the lightning dragon. In the midst of a loud explosion, the lightning dragon exploded. Endless energy raged in the air, and it was extremely dazzling. The Zephyr Realm expert was still uninjured. He took a step in the air, and with a single step the sky trembled. Ripples appeared in the space, and it was constantly distorted. The crowd below was already dumbfounded. The shock brought by the Zephyr Realm expert was too great. He actually took the lightning head-on. With a single step, the sky trembled and the earth trembled. He was like a giant that approached the Thunder region. The boundless pressure of the heavenly lightning had no effect on him. He's too strong. Zi Chen's eyes were filled with despair. Such an expert could easily take his life with a single palm. Boom! The Thunder region was once again activated. This time it was even more terrifying. It was like an ancient beast had awakened. Thousands of thunder roared, and a boundless pressure appeared in the Thunder region. Pooh! Under this pressure, Wang Xian instantly vomited blood. Her face was pale. If Zi Chen hadn't reacted in time and used the silver energy to protect her, she would have died. The boundless pressure wreaked havoc. In an instant, it was more than 10 times stronger than before. Those disciples of the martial ancestor who were at the periphery were affected by this pressure. Those who were stronger and reacted faster had already retreated. Those who were weaker would forever remain in this pressure. Their bones were shattered, and they died with blood oozing out of their 7 orifices. Roar! A deafening roar reverberated through the sky. It was as if an ancient creature had appeared. The Thunder region was in chaos. Thousands of lightning surged and emitted a dazzling light. With a crackling sound, the void seemed to have been shattered. A zigzagging lightning bolt rushed out from the Thunder region. This time, the lightning bolt was about the thickness of a water bucket. It twisted, and no energy could be felt around it. However, its speed was extremely fast, and it rushed towards the Zephyr Realm expert. The Zephyr Realm expert had been very calm. However, when he saw this lightning bolt, his expression changed. His entire body exploded with an incomparable aura. The dazzling brilliance was like the sun, and it struck towards the lightning bolt. Rumble! The sky rumbled. When the lightning bolt and the brilliance collided, an incomparable aura spread out from the sky. This time, the Thunder region displayed its mysteriousness to the crowd. Even the Zephyr Realm expert was forced to retreat by this lightning bolt. He was sent flying for more than 10 meters. Rumble! Rumble! The lightning in the thunder region had no beginning and no end. It would never dissipate. It could be said that it was endless. In the next moment, 2 more lightning bolts appeared and wreaked havoc towards the Zephyr Realm expert. The latter's expression changed. He was extremely shocked. He quickly retreated. In the midst of the rumbling sound, he had already retreated a few hundred meters, leaving the place where the pressure came from. The Zephyr Realm expert was forced to retreat. This is too scary. Zichen looked at the thunder region behind him with a horrified expression. To him, the Zephyr Realm expert was already a super expert that he had to look up to. However, the thunder region was able to force the Zephyr Realm expert to retreat. It was obviously stronger than the Zephyr Realm. The Zephyr Realm expert was forced to retreat and lost face. However, the thunder region was extremely mysterious. The latter did not dare to continue flying in the sky. He could only move forward on the ground. The endless pressure did not affect him at all. In just a few steps, he had already covered a few thousand meters. Zichen pulled Wang Xian and retreated again and again. They were already at the edge of the thunder region. Behind them was the thunder region, and in front of them was the Zephyr Realm expert. They had no way to retreat. You are Zichen. The Zephyr Realm expert had already stepped forward and stopped 50 meters away from Zichen. At this distance, the Zephyr Realm expert could kill him with a single strike. That's right. Zichen nodded, but his heart sank to the bottom. The Zephyr Realm expert in front of him was not the one who chased after them previously. Obviously, there were at least 2 Zephyr Realm experts here. The Zephyr Realm expert was dressed in black. He had a cold expression on his face. This was a middle-aged man. His robe fluttered without wind, resisting the pressure of the lightning. Not bad. To have such ability at such a young age, you are quite capable. Hand over the item and I will let you die a quick death. The Zephyr Realm expert was very cold. There was no appreciation in his eyes. Your martial ancestor is chasing after me, and even the Zephyr Realm expert is here for an item. However, I don't know what I took from you guys. Zichen felt wronged. He was chased all the way for an item, but he did not even know what it was. You still don't want to admit it? If that old man did not give you that item, would you be able to survive until now? Do you think you have the means to kill those above your level? The Zephyr Realm expert sneered. His eyes were filled with killing intent. I don't know what you are talking about, and I don't know what item you are talking about. Zichen said as he held Wang Xian's hand tightly. Waves of energy surged into her body. The 2 of them had a secret conversation before. If there was no other way, they would enter the thunder region, even if it meant death. Hand over the item, and I will leave your corpse intact. The Zephyr Realm expert said coldly. Apparently he had lost his patience. Chapter 109. Outside of the mysterious thunder territory, Zichen and Wang Xian did not wait for any strong cultivators. Instead, they first encountered the martial ancestors' Zephyr Realm cultivators. In front of them was a Zephyr Realm cultivator who could kill them with a single blow. Behind them was the thunder territory, which was even more terrifying. I don't know her well. We only met on the road. You want to kill me, not her. Can you let her go? At this moment, Zichen wanted to save Wang Xian. They had no enmity with each other. Everything was because of his words, which implicated the other party. Kid, stop dreaming. We know who she is, and we also know that you don't know her well. But do you know how many of our people died in the hands of the people of Yunxia City? Let her go? You're dreaming. Yunxia City killed many of our martial ancestors' disciples. Today, neither of you will live. Yunxia City, so what? Our martial ancestor is not afraid. Before the Zephyr Realm cultivator could speak, the The disciples behind him shouted loudly. They were also very sullen. They only came to kill Zichen, but many of them were killed by Yunxia City for no reason. The Zephyr Realm cultivator did not catch up with Zichen because of the obstruction from the Yunxia City. Both sides were engaged in a fierce battle which delayed the time. Otherwise, Zichen would have died in the hands of the Zephyr Realm cultivator. You only know that she is from Yunxia City, but do you know her identity? It's fine to kill a nobody like me, but if you kill her, your martial ancestor will have to bear the endless anger of Yunxia City, Zichen said. The second genius of Yunxia City, the daughter of Yunxia Cities, Lord Wang Jintian. Wang Xian. What a pity. If it was before, our martial ancestor would naturally not care about you. But this time, your Yunxia City killed many of our martial ancestors' disciples. You are too much. I can spare your life, but I will have to trouble you to go to our martial ancestor and ask Wang Jintian to come to our martial ancestor personally. The Zephyr expert's tone was cold. If one looked carefully, they would naturally notice that there were many small holes on the opponent's black clothes, as if they were pierced by sharp weapons. Along the way, he had engaged in numerous battles with the Zephyr Flight cultivators, allowing Zichen and Wang Xian to escape time and time again. The rumbling of thunder behind him couldn't mask the killing intent in his heart. The people here were all followers of the martial ancestor. Even if he killed him and Wang Xian, no one would be able to witness it. The two of them had died in vain today. Zichen held onto Wang Xian tightly as he paid close attention to the movements of the Zephyr Realm expert. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead. It was time to decide life and death. However, at this moment, a loud and clear roar sounded from afar. You want my big brother to go to the martial ancestor personally? Lu Qingfeng, you sure talk big. You've been holed up in the martial ancestor for so many years, and your strength hasn't increased at all, but you sure talk big. His voice was loud and clear, penetrating through the layers of air, shaking people's eardrums to the point of pain. This is Uncle's voice. Our reinforcements are here. Hearing the familiar voice, Wang Xian was very excited. A strong aura surged from the horizon as a tall figure appeared. He was as tall as a mountain, and his aura was imposing. He was like a giant of the world, domineering and ostentatious. He came from the sky, and with a single step, the void trembled and distorted. This appearance was much stronger than the martial ancestors' Zephyr Flight. However, the other party didn't arrogantly provoke the Thunder region. Instead, he landed slowly and walked over step by step from afar. It was as if he had shrunk the ground into an inch, and he arrived in a few steps. Wang Jinwei. The pupils of the martial ancestors' Zephyr Flight cultivator suddenly shrank, and there was surprise and fear in his eyes. Wang Jinwei had a prominent reputation in Yunxia City, and his combat strength was definitely in the top 3. The martial ancestors' Zephyr Flight had no chance of winning in this fierce battle. Lu Qingfeng, long time no see. Your strength is still weak, but your courage and ability have grown. In the past, you relied on your strength to bully the weak. Now you're even more promising. You're a Zephyr Flight cultivator, but you're actually attacking a true Qi realm brat. Wang Jinwei's eyes were filled with disdain. TSK, your martial ancestors' men are really good. Lu Qingfeng's face turned red and white. Rumble. At this moment, the heavens and earth shook again, and a few more figures came from afar. The one leading them was a man wearing a green armor. His black hair was like a waterfall, and his eyes were bright like the morning light. He had an outstanding temperament, and the green armor on his body was shining brightly. His every movement was filled with a heroic spirit. Although there were 3 of them, everyone's gaze was subconsciously placed on each other. This kind of person was like a crane in a flock of chickens, and he would be the center of attention wherever he went. Wang Qiong. Zichen had only caught a glimpse of Wang Qiong before, as he was in a hurry to escape. Now that they met again, Wang Qiong still gave Zichen a great shock. This was a genius with a steady aura, and his eyes were as bright as the stars. Just when Zichen was sizing up Wang Qiong also looked at Zichen. In an instant, Wang Qiong's eyes were like Xing Chen's, emitting a red glow. Zichen saw a burning flame and a killing intent. Not good. Zichen knew that something was wrong. Wang Qiong wanted to kill him, and it seemed like he already knew the whole story. He knew that Zichen had implicated Wang Qiong's sister. Brother! Wang Xian'er cried out in surprise. There were two people following behind Wang Qiong. One of them was the Zephyr Flight realm expert that was chasing after them, but he was restrained by another man in green. Obviously, the other party was also a Zephyr Flight realm expert. You guys! Lu Qingfeng's expression changed instantly. His companion was actually restrained. Lu Qingfeng, you dare to attack the people of Yunxia City? Be careful, or you won't be able to return alive, Wang Jinwei said coldly. In the distance, the two Zephyrs had already stopped. Wang Qiong walked straight towards them. His body flickered with a green light, blocking the lightning pressure. Wherever he passed, the black-clothed men would make way for him, fearing that they would not be able to avoid him. Along the way, the number of martial ancestors' disciples that Wang Qiong had killed had already reached double digits. He was definitely the kind of person who would kill without batting an eyelid. Amidst the pressure of the lightning, Wang Qiong walked forward as though he was walking on flat ground. Green light flickered around him as the lightning was repelled. He soon arrived in front of Lu Qingfeng and walked past Lu Qingfeng and Wang Jinwei, heading towards Wang Xian'er. Lu Qingfeng did not stop him, and Wang Jinwei was looking at him coldly. As he got closer, Wang Qiong saw Wang Xian'er's severely injured body and haggard appearance in the silver light. His heart ached, and the anger and killing intent in his eyes intensified. He coldly glanced at Zichen. Let go of her. At this moment, Zichen was still holding Wang Xian'er's hand. Wang Qiong shouted coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. Zichen pursed his lips, wanting to say something, but in the end, he closed his mouth and let go of Wang Xian'er. In an instant, the silver light on Wang Xian'er's body dissipated, and a green light fell on Wang Xian'er's body. Let's go back. Let's see if you can still be willful in the future. This is a lesson for you. Wang Qiong seemed to be reprimanding her, but the concern and heartache in his eyes were obvious. It seemed that Wang Qiong was extraordinarily good to his genius sister. Oh! Wang Xian'er stuck out her tongue, looking very obedient, and let her brother hold her hand. After that, the two of them walked out. During this time, Wang Qiong did not look at Zichen at all, completely ignoring him. After a few steps, Wang Xian'er suddenly stopped and turned to Zichen, saying, Zichen, let's go. Why are you still standing there in a daze? Are we saved? Wang Qiong turned and looked directly at Zichen. His eyes were cold and emotionless, and he had no intention of taking him away. Zichen had kidnapped his sister and even injured her. Wang Qiong was very prejudiced against him. It was already merciful that he did not attack him when they met. Zichen smiled bitterly. You can go. I still want to stay here for a while. Obviously, this matter had blown up. The people of Yunxia City would not care about him. From Wang Qiong's indifferent eyes, Zichen was not stupid. He had already seen this point. No, you have to come with me. You will die if you stay here. You saved me. I can't let you die here. Wang Xian'er cried out. Xian'er, you are not related to him. His life and death has nothing to do with you. Come with me. This is someone else's matter. Someone will deal with it. Wang Qiong suppressed the anger in his heart and pulled Wang Xian'er away. No, he saved my life. Wang Xian'er pouted and stubbornly said, appearing unruly. He almost killed you. How can he be your savior? I am already giving you face by not killing him on the spot. Don't mess around and come with me. Wang Qiong's voice was cold as he pulled Wang Xian away. Lu Qingfeng did not say anything. Wang Qiong was only pulling Wang Xian away. Their goal was only Ziqin. As long as they did not take Ziqin away, it would be fine. This could be considered giving face to Wang Jinwei. No, I won't go. Wang Xianer insisted and threw a tantrum. However, under Wang Qiong's green light, she could not help but move forward, unable to break free. Uncle, hurry up and save Ziqin. We, the people of Yunxia City, are not ungrateful people. He has saved me many times. Since it was useless to throw a tantrum in front of her brother, Wang Xian simply shouted at Wang Jinwei. Wang Jinwei had been sizing up Ziqin. When he saw the silver light on Wang Xianer's body dissipate, his eyes narrowed and a bright light flashed in them. Although he was only in the true energy realm, he was able to stand at the periphery of the lightning region and was immune to the terrifying pressure. Furthermore, Wang Jinwei was also very curious. What did the martial ancestor want from this little guy? They even sent out Zephyr Realm experts. Uncle, please save Ziqin. He is my savior. If he dies today, I will never forgive you for the rest of my life. Wang Xianer shouted again. She sounded like she was about to cry. Tears fell from her eyes like pearls. Yunxia City is naturally not that kind of villain. Since this little guy saved Xian, I can't watch him die. Qiong, go and bring that little guy here. Wang Jinwei suddenly said. Wang Jinwei, this is our martial ancestors' matter. Are you going to intervene? Lu Qingfeng's face changed and his eyes flashed coldly. I don't care about your matters. I am just saving Xian, Oi savior. Wang Jinwei said coldly. Wang Qiong, who was beside him, did not move. He was very annoyed that he had saved this guy. No matter how his sister urged him, he still did not move. However, he could not wait for Lu Qingfeng to kill him immediately. Wang Jinwei, don't go too far. A murderous intent gushed out from Lu Qingfeng. It was impossible for the other party to take Ziqin away. Why? Are you not happy? Chapter 110. Wang Jinwei was very powerful and was very famous in the southern region. His combat strength could be ranked in the top 3 of Yunxia City. He was definitely a strong person. He glared at Lu Qingfeng and his aura surged. His killing intent had already locked onto Lu Qingfeng, and the latter could not help but tremble. The two had fought many years ago. At that time, Wang Jinwei had almost crippled him. At that time, Lu Qingfeng had not yet entered the martial ancestor. Although he had learned a lot from the martial ancestor over the years, he did not think that he could deal with Wang Jinwei. Wang Jinwei, you have to understand that this person is wanted by our martial ancestor. This person is also part of our martial ancestor. If your Yunxia City interferes, you will become an enemy of our martial ancestor. Do you want to start a war with our martial ancestor? Lu Qingfeng's strength was not as good as the others, so he simply used his status to suppress the others. Humph! I naturally don't care about your business, but if this child dies today, where will the reputation of Yunxia City go? Won't others say that we are ungrateful? Wang Jinwei glared, and his aura surged, bringing a lot of pressure. If I let you take this person away today, where will I put my face? Where will the face of Yunxia City go? What do you mean? Lu Qingfeng's voice was cold and very strong, but in his heart he was complaining. His strength was no match for the others, and his own side Zukong had been captured. The situation was very unfavorable for him. My meaning is very clear. I want to take this little guy away. Today, I want to protect him. Yunxia City is indebted to him. Wang Jinwei was very direct, but his words left some leeway. Lu Qingfeng was not an idiot. Wang Jinwei's meaning was very clear. Chen could live today because Lu Qingfeng could protect him today, but it was hard to say what would happen tomorrow. Lu Qingfeng understood this logic, but if he really waited until tomorrow, Chen would really be Chen, and the things on him would have already been taken away by Wang Jinwei. He was not stupid, and the other party was not stupid either. The martial ancestor was chasing after a true Qi realm cultivator, and he had even used the flight step. It was obvious that he had a plan. The other party had protected Chen, and it was not as simple as a favor. No, this is our martial ancestor's business. If you insist on interfering, I can only assume that you are willing to start a war with our martial ancestor, Lu Qingfeng said firmly. Lu Qingfeng, are you looking to die today? Wang Jinwei was furious. The more Lu Qingfeng insisted, the more he felt that there was something important on Chen. The two sides were in a stalemate. As for Chen, he seemed to be very calm. Both sides are going back and forth, aiming for the things on his body. He knew this very well, but what did he have? There was nothing but a broken black armor. That was a defensive essence array given to him by the Grand Elder. Back then, the Grand Elder had casually given it to him and didn't say that it was a precious treasure. Although Chen suspected that they wanted the black armor, he didn't dare to be sure. At this moment, his life and death had already been decided. Wang Jinwei had protected him and would definitely take the black armor. As for tomorrow, the martial ancestor's people would instantly destroy him. If Wang Jinwei did not protect him, then he would die now. Sooner or later, he would die. It was just a matter of whether it was a day later or a day earlier. Rather than putting his life in the hands of others, Chen would rather take a gamble. He would gamble that the black armor was not what they wanted, and that it was not that powerful. Just as he was thinking, the two sides finished their discussion. In the end, they did not attack, and the weaker Lu Qingfeng compromised. It was not worth it to give up his life for an item. All right, today I will give you face, Wang Jinwei. If it was someone else, I would naturally fight with them, Lu Qingfeng said coldly, giving himself a way out of this embarrassing situation. In the distance, although the martial ancestors' children were dissatisfied, they did not dare to say anything. There was no place for them to speak. All right, Qiong, take Chen and leave. As for that trash, you can let him go, Wang Jinwei said indifferently. Wang Qiong also saw the development of the situation. He knew that Chen had a precious treasure on him, so he directly walked towards Chen. Chen's eyes flickered. If he was taken away by Wang Qiong, his life would fall into the hands of the other party. Humph, brat, consider yourself lucky. Wang Qiong snorted coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. It was obvious that he would not let Chen off. He would kill him sooner or later. Chen did not say anything and just looked at the other party. The distance between them was getting closer and closer. Chen's pupils constricted, and he made up his mind. Now. Boom! Suddenly a berserk aura surged. Lu Qingfeng had actually attacked at this moment. His huge hand was glowing with a resplendent light, and it instantly shot towards Chen. A terrifying aura surged out, and a torrential killing intent appeared. The huge palm carried an indomitable force as it moved forward. It was determined to kill Chen in one strike. Lu Qingfeng had attacked, but it was a sneak attack. This was out of everyone's expectations. Lu Qingfeng, how dare you? Wang Jinwei's expression changed. He had not expected Lin Fan to be so shameless. When he reacted, it was already too late. The attack of the Imperial Sky Warrior could reach him in an instant. Humph, Wang Jinwei, my martial ancestor's matter is not something you can interfere with. Lu Qingfeng snorted coldly, and his palm moved even faster and more ferociously. Boom! A torrential aura surged towards him from behind. Wang Qiong subconsciously dodged to the side. Then, the huge palm moved towards Chen to grab him. At this moment, Chen had made up his mind. Just as the palm completely enveloped him, his body flashed, and he transformed into a ray of light and rushed into the lightning field. Rumble! The light of the palm flickered like a fist. In an instant, a rumbling sound was heard. A boundless energy surged and wreaked havoc. The space started to distort violently. The powerful attack of the Imperial Sky Warrior was extremely terrifying. Wang Qiong's body transformed into a ray of green light, and he continuously retreated, barely avoiding the impact of the shock waves. The entire space was trembling. The place where the 5 fingers clenched produced a loud, rumbling sound. A terrifying energy was crazily surging, emitting a destructive aura. With such a powerful attack, not to mention a true energy realm warrior, even a true energy realm warrior would die without a burial place. The torrential energy gradually dissipated, and the heaven and earth returned to silence. The distorted space once again returned to normal. However, the place where Zichun had been standing before was now empty. It was as if he had been blasted into nothingness by the Imperial Sky Warrior's attack. Zichun! Wang Xian exclaimed. Her beautiful face turned pale, and tears flowed down her cheeks. Obviously, she thought that Zichun had been blasted into nothingness. How is this possible? Lu Qingfeng's face was also filled with disbelief. It was normal for him to be able to kill his opponent with a single attack. However, Lu Qingfeng did not expect that his attack would be able to blast his opponent into nothingness. Could it be that the item is really not in his hands? At this moment, Lu Qingfeng also hesitated. He made his move. His palm print enveloped Zichun, but in the end, when Zichun flashed into the lightning region, he blocked everyone's view. As for Wang Jinwei and the rest, all their attention was on Lu Qingfeng. They did not look at Zichun. Therefore, no one saw Zichun flash into the lightning field. Impossible. According to his performance along the way, it's impossible for him to be blasted into nothingness. Lu Qingfeng let out a strange cry. He tapped his foot and rushed into the lightning field. Lu Qingfeng, how dare you play with me? Wang Jinwei shouted angrily and rushed into the lightning territory. No. Wang Xian. I was heartbroken, and tears flowed down her face. Along the way, Zichun had taken good care of her and used his body to shield her. She even promised him that once they were saved, she would bring him back to Yunxia City and protect him from being hunted down. But now he had been blasted into nothingness. Wang Xian's eyes were filled with tears. Her body swayed, and she almost fell to the ground. Wang Qiong hurriedly supported her and said, "Little sister, you are the chosen of the heavens. He is just an insignificant character who used some petty tricks to almost harm you. He deserves to die. Why are you so sad?" Woo woo. It was fine if Wang Qiong did not say anything. If he did, Wang Xian would be even sadder. She was smart enough to understand what Wang Qiong meant, but it was not appropriate for her to say it out loud. She was still thinking of begging her uncle to save Zichun after leaving this place. The 2 Imperial Sky Realm experts rushed into the lightning field one after another. Protective Yuan Qi spread out, supporting a stable space for the 2 of them. Thunder and lightning fell, but it was unable to destroy their protective light shield. After the 2 of them entered, they checked their surroundings. In their opinion, Zichun should have died here. However, after advancing for hundreds of meters, they did not find Zichun's body. Could it be that he was blasted into nothingness? Lu Qingfeng hesitated at this moment. He was not sure if the treasure was with Wang Qiong. If it was impossible for him to be blasted into nothingness. But if it was not, it did not make sense that Wang Qiong did not die after being hunted down so many times. Wang Jinwei did not say anything and continued flying forward. He did not believe that Wang Qiong was dead. Lu Qingfeng followed. The 2 of them advanced for hundreds of meters. The thunder and lightning in the depths were stronger and more ferocious. The two of them could not bear it anymore. In this area, the two of them no longer looked for corpses. Instead, they looked for things that could be left behind. The entire lightning field was filled with thunder and lightning. Not to mention a true Chi realm expert. Even if they died, there would not be a corpse left behind. They would be blasted into nothingness by the thunder and lightning. It's impossible. Lu Qingfeng did not believe in heresy. He continued to advance. This time he went to the area where he could withstand the thunder and lightning. If he went any further, the thunder and lightning would take his life. He continued to search in this area, carefully, not letting go of any corner. Unfortunately, there was still nothing. Could it be that the old man really did not give it to him, or that the old man did not have it? Lu Qingfeng was hesitant as he walked out of the lightning field. When Wang Jinwei heard Lu Qingfeng's muttering, he snorted and said, "When has your martial ancestor ever been reliable?" After he finished speaking, he waved his sleeves and walked out. Obviously, he had given up on searching. Lu Qingfeng was unwilling to give up. He looked around again, but still found nothing. He could only leave reluctantly. Outside, everyone was waiting. When they saw the two of them walk out, and Zichen did not appear, Wang Xian's eyes turned red again. "Let's go." Wang Jinwei sighed. "This is fate. That brat is doomed today. No one can save him. No, I don't believe that he will die. He will not die." Wang Xian rushed out of the lightning field like a madwoman, but she was caught by Wang Qiong. "Take Xianer back. After such a big thing happened, your parents are worried sick." The people of Yunxia City left. The martial ancestors' people could only leave unwillingly. The hunt for Zichen came to an end. Everyone had left. Only a few corpses were left lying on the ground. Wang Xian looked back 3 times with reluctance in her eyes. She murmured, "I will come back to see you." Chapter 111. Within the lightning dominion, thousands of bolts of lightning wreaked havoc. They were endless and would never dissipate, destroying everything that could be destroyed. Other than lightning, there was nothing else. It was completely empty. It was rumored that the lightning dominion had appeared because a corner of the lightning divine palace had collapsed. It was very mysterious, and the lightning it contained was extremely terrifying. Even if it was a flying expert, they would only be able to advance a few thousand meters to the 3rd layer. The lightning dominion had been around for tens of thousands of years. It had become a place where some big shots would use the power of lightning to refine weapons. According to the power of the lightning, this place was divided into 9 layers, of which the 9th layer had the most terrifying lightning. It was rumored that in the center, there was a treasure that belonged to the lightning divine palace. However, no one had ever found it. In the 3rd layer, Wang Jinwei and Lu Qingfeng searched for a while, but to no avail. They left one after another. The limit for the 2 of them was the 3rd level. After they left, a figure emerged from the edge of the 3rd level of the lightning field, from the 4th level of the lightning field. That person was wearing black clothes. His clothes were tattered and stained with blood. He was in a very sorry state. At this moment, his body was emitting a silver light that blocked the lightning of the 3rd layer. He was very young, and his eyes were emitting lightning. He was Zichen, who had entered the lightning dominion. His life was in his own hands. It was with this thought that Zichen had decided to enter the lightning dominion. However, he had never expected that Lu Qingfeng would choose to launch a sneak attack after compromising. Luckily, he had reacted quickly and dodged that attack. His silhouette flickered as he entered the Thunder Dominion. All he could see was lightning, densely packed and terrifying. However, these lightning bolts didn't kill Zichen. His body was surrounded by a resplendent silver light, forming a silver light shield. When the lightning bolts fell, they automatically parted and bypassed him. Since he wasn't immediately struck to death, Zichen knew that he had made the right bet. He was immune to the lightning energy here. Thus, his figure flickered, and he fled deeper into the lightning dominion. Lu Qingfeng and the others quickly caught up. At this time, Zichen had already entered the second layer, followed by the third layer, and finally the fourth layer. When he reached the fourth level, Zichen felt that he had reached his limit. Furthermore, he could feel a terrifying aura coming from the lightning. This aura was extremely dangerous, so he didn't proceed any further. Instead, he hid at the edge of the fourth level. His heart was beating, and waves of silver energy gushed out, providing him with an unending stream of energy. At the same time, Zichen felt that the heavenly lightning body tempering art in his body was also circulating crazily here. Its speed was several times faster than the outside world. Furthermore, as it circulated, there was a faint silvery energy being absorbed by his body. Within the lightning dominion, there was only one type of energy, and that was lightning energy. Feeling his body absorbing the lightning energy, Zichen was startled. Then he was overjoyed. However, this absorption speed was too slow. Several hours later, Zichen guessed that the other party had already left, so he walked out of the fourth level of the Thunder Dominion. When he reached the third floor, Zichen felt that the pressure on him had lessened a lot. Thus, after carefully walking around the first 3 floors, he cautiously looked outside. Through the thin lightning barrier, Zichen saw that the outside world was empty. He finally came to the conclusion that everyone had left. Being careful, he didn't immediately leave. Instead, he stayed in the Thunder Dominion. He sat down cross-legged and revolved the heavenly lightning body tempering art. Waves of silver energy passed through his skin and surged into his body. During this time, Zichen sat down in the 4 levels of the Thunder Dominion. He discovered that the pressure on the first level was the lowest, and the silver energy was absorbed the fastest. The pressure on the 4th level was the highest, and the absorption speed was also the slowest. Thus, for the next period of time, Zichen stayed in the 1st level of the Thunder Dominion. His strength had already reached the peak of the 10th level of true energy. He had already swallowed all the true energy pills, and there were no more true energy pills to swallow. But the endless lightning energy here provided convenience for Zichen. The lightning energy entered his body through his skin, followed his blood and bones, and finally reached his meridians. During this time, Zichen's body was undergoing changes. Then this energy was absorbed by his heart, refined once again, and then fed back to his body. This was a kind of transformation that would occur when one was about to reach the Xiantian realm. His physique had already reached its limit, but under this endless lightning energy, it was undergoing an earth-shattering transformation. At the same time, Zichen's true energy was also growing bit by bit. But compared to his physique, the growth rate of his true energy was not very fast. The heavenly lightning body tempering art paid the most attention to the body, physique, and bones. The silver lightning energy passed through his body, changing his physique. This was a kind of qualitative transformation, and Zichen could clearly feel the changes in his body. The silver energy entered his body like a warm current, nourishing his body, causing it to constantly transform. His entire body bloomed with silver light, shining with a dazzling light. He was heroic and dignified, like a god of thunder, sitting cross-legged in the midst of thousands of lightning bolts. The surrounding lightning constantly flashed, like snakes of lightning, twisting and twisting. Its power was terrifying, but Zichen calmly sat down, dodging all the lightning bolts, creating a safe space for himself. Boom! Zichen's body rumbled, as if thunder and lightning were exploding. This was the transformation of his bones after absorbing the lightning. The rhythm produced was like the sound of the great Tao. The heavenly lightning body tempering art seemed simple, but it was incomparably mysterious. This was a kind of cultivation technique that could absorb the power of lightning and transform it into several bodies. It was a powerful cultivation technique that could temper the body. His blood was boiling, and his qi and blood were exuberant. It was like a monstrous wave, surging violently, and a powerful energy was wreaking havoc. Zi-Chen's whole body was emitting a bright silver light, like the light of a treasure, dazzling and dazzling. Time passed, and Zi-Chen sank into meditation. There was no day or night, and time seemed to have become eternal, motionless. The lightning energy in the lightning dominion was endless. Just like lightning, there was no beginning and no end. At first, Zi-Chen could only feel the lightning energy, but the longer he meditated, the faster his strength increased. Zi-Chen could already see with the naked eye traces of lightning energy entering his body from his 7 apertures and pores. Breaking through from the peak of Zhen Qi to the Xiantian realm was a qualitative transformation. It was like a heavenly chasm with a huge gap. This gap was at least 10 times. Under normal circumstances, a Xiantian realm expert could easily kill a Zhen Qi realm expert. Only some geniuses of the present age had the means to kill a Zhen Qi realm expert. Of course, there were also some special circumstances, like how Zi-Chen relied on the pressure of lightning to kill a Zhen Qi realm expert. Traces of lightning entered his body, and Zi-Chen's treasure light was solemn, undergoing a transformation. Rumble. 10 days later, rumbling sounds came from Zi-Chen's body again, like the sound of heavenly thunder. His bones buzzed, and his joints emitted a bright silver light. This time, the light came from Zi-Chen's body, resplendent silver. At the same time, his Zhen Qi was also advancing towards the Xiantian realm. This was the rhythm of a breakthrough. In the following period of time, rumbling sounds came from Zi-Chen's body, as if there was lightning surging within him. It was as if heavenly thunder was tempering his body, echoing over and over again. Another 10 days passed, and Zi-Chen's physique had already broken through to a certain limit. Thunder rumbled like the rhythm of the great Tao. The Zhen Qi of the 10th layer had finally undergone a qualitative transformation after accumulating for a period of time. Within the silver Zhen Qi, there were flashes of lightning. Zhen Qi was advancing towards the Xiantian realm. This was a transformation of substance. Xiantian Zhen Qi was more condensed. It could leave the body and take the form of sword qi, saber qi, fist qi, and attack. Moreover, its density was definitely more than 10 times that of ordinary Zhen Qi. Zi-Chen's Zhen Qi was originally extremely pure, far surpassing that of ordinary people. Now that he was advancing towards the Xiantian realm, the quality of his Zhen Qi had increased by several realms. This transformation was naturally slow. He sat upright in the lightning field, like a thunder god, emitting a solemn and dignified aura. He absorbed the lightning energy to accelerate his breakthrough. Time passed, day by day, and Zi-Chen's transformation finally came to an end. About 10 days later, the last trace of Zi-Chen's Zhen Qi had transformed into Xiantian Zhen Qi. Boom! A surging aura emitted from his body, and vigorous qi and blood surged within his body like great waves. Zi-Chen's body was shining with a silver light, like a silver armored god of war. His eyes were as sharp as lightning, and his body emitted a powerful aura. At the same time, his body also emitted an unparalleled pressure. After more than a month, Zi-Chen had finally made a breakthrough. Zi-Chen clenched his fists, and his knuckles made cracking sounds. He could clearly feel the terrifying energy contained within his body. Without Zhen Qi, I can kill a person of the same level with just my body. Zi-Chen clenched his fists, and after feeling the power in his body, his eyes shone. In Abdomen's body, the Xiantian Zhen Qi had all turned silver, and there were streaks of lightning flashing in it. It was very pure. His strength had broken through to the Xiantian realm, and his physique had improved several times. Chen's transformation had brought about earth-shattering changes. Qi. Two fingers pointed forward, and a silver sword Qi had already left his body, shooting forward and finally dissipating in the lightning field. In the Xiantian realm, the substantialized Xiantianjin Qi could leave the body and attack with sharper attacks. Breakthrough, finally breakthrough. Now, if I'm still being chased, I won't be in such a difficult situation. Chen sighed in his heart. In order to make a breakthrough, he needed to stabilize his strength. Chen did not leave immediately. In the following time, he sat cross-legged and began to stabilize his realm. Without the Xiantian pellet, Chen could only absorb more lightning energy. A few days later, Chen's realm finally stabilized, and at the same time he also familiarized himself with his current realm. In the lightning field, Chen was sitting cross-legged, calming his qi, and entering into an ethereal state. Chen had not entered this state for several months. In the space of thunder and lightning surged crazily. Then, a young man made of thunder and lightning appeared. He looked like Chen, but his body was formed by thunder and lightning. He looked even younger, like a young man. The lightning youth suddenly appeared, standing in the distance. His eyes were cold, and his whole body was like a bolt of lightning, showing off his sharpness. Why did the lightning youth appear again? For the lightning youth's appearance, Chen was very puzzled. According to reason, the other party should not appear because he had already mastered all the battle skills. However, in the next moment, the lightning youth pointed at Chen. Bang! A dazzling lightning appeared. Chapter 112. A bolt of lightning surged out from his finger. It twisted and twisted, shining with a brilliant silver light. It was like a lightning dragon, bringing with it a terrifying aura as it rushed towards Chen. This was the incomplete Thunderbolt Finger technique. Thunderbolt Finger. Chen had long since mastered this technique, so there was nothing strange about it. Shwa! He tapped his foot, and a silver light flashed. 9 flashes of thunder appeared. His figure was like a ghost as he instantly dodged this attack. But at this moment, a strange change occurred. The youth who used Thunderbolt Finger did not stop there. A silver light danced between his fingers as he began to form seals. This was a seal that was even more complex than Thunderbolt Finger. The hand seals were complex, mysterious, and difficult to understand, but there was an indescribable energy circulating within them. The young man formed the hand seals, his silver fingers jumping about like fairies, abnormally nimble. In an instant, the complex hand seals reached the end. The lightning youth's fingers shined with a dazzling silver light. A terrifying aura appeared between his fingers. Boom! As the seals fell, the lightning began to surge. Streaks of lightning appeared from the young man's body, resplendent and terrifying. Every streak of lightning had the power of the Thunderbolt Finger from before. There were over 1,000 streaks of lightning that filled the heavens and the earth. They were extremely powerful, like a huge net of lightning, densely packed, covering the heavens and the earth as they moved towards Chen. What is this? What a terrifying power! Chen's expression changed. There was no way for him to dodge the lightning that filled the sky. The 9 flashes of thunder beneath his feet constantly flickered as he tried to avoid the lightning. But there were too many lightning bolts, and their power was terrifying. In an instant, they enveloped Chen. Then the lightning exploded, causing a rumbling sound. Within the thunder dominion, Chen opened his eyes. There was shock in his eyes. Thunderbolt Finger was an incomplete battle skill. There was only one move, Thunderbolt Finger. But what the lightning youth used just now was clearly the more complex Thunderbolt Finger. This was not recorded in the previous battle skills. Could it be that the lightning youth restored Thunderbolt Finger? Chen guessed. He was incomparably shocked. Unfortunately, in the previous attack, he had been blasted away by thousands of lightning bolts. He had not been able to carefully look at the seals. After thinking about it for a full hour, Zichen still couldn't figure it out, so he decided to look at it again. Focusing his mind and calming his qi, Zichen entered a meditative state once more. His body glowed with a brilliant silver light. A moment later, he entered the space of lightning once more. As the lightning in the space surged, the lightning youth appeared. His eyes were as sharp as lightning, and his entire body was filled with a tyrannical lightning aura. The moment he appeared, he had already struck out with his thunderbolt finger. A thunderbolt finger, a lightning dragon roared as it rushed towards Zichen. Zichen dodged the attack with ease. Following that, the lightning youth once again formed a complicated hand seal. Zichen's eyes were glued to the youth's hand. The other party's fingers were shining with a brilliant silver light, as if they were made of pure silver. However, they were exceptionally nimble. Soon, one after another, complex hand seals were formed. Following that, even more lightning appeared and surrounded Zichen. The lightning exploded, emitting a terrifying energy. Zichen's figure disappeared from the space of lightning. This is the complete version of the Thunderbolt finger. Its power is peerless. It's definitely the strongest Xiantian battle skill. In the lightning territory, Zichen opened his eyes. There was a trace of ecstasy in the depths of his eyes. This lightning youth was indeed extraordinary. He actually managed to evolve the complete version of the Thunderbolt finger. Suddenly, Zichen's eyes lit up. If the lightning youth can evolve the complete version of the Thunderbolt finger, I wonder what the complete version of the Thunderbolt 9 Deaths will be like. Will he be able to evolve it? Thinking of this, Zichen's heart became very eager. The Thunderbolt 9 Deaths was known as the fastest speed in the world. Now, Zichen had only mastered one of the 9 Deaths, and his speed was already far beyond his peers. If he could master the 9 Deaths, wouldn't he be invincible under the heavens? Zichen's heart stirred. He once again sat down cross-legged, wanting to sense the existence of the Thunderbolt 9 Deaths. Unfortunately, he had consumed too much energy today. The lightning youth couldn't condense it. Zichen was very regretful. He could only wait until tomorrow. Very few people came to the lightning territory. Cultivating here, Zichen was very safe. Moreover, 2 months had already passed. Even if Wang Jinwei and the others suspected that Zichen hadn't died, they would give up if they saw that Zichen hadn't appeared for a long time. Another day later, Zichen opened his eyes. He glanced at the lightning territory, his heart full of reluctance. This was a good place to cultivate, but unfortunately, it wasn't suitable for the current him. Zichen was starving to death. Before, he had been cultivating in peace, breaking through to the next realm, and absorbing the lightning energy to temper his body. He had been in a deep state of comprehension, so he hadn't felt hunger. But as soon as he woke up, Zichen felt the hunger attack him. Now he was so hungry that his heart was sticking to his back. He had no choice but to leave. It's time to go. Otherwise, I'll starve to death here. Next time, I'll bring enough food and cultivate here. Zichen said in his heart. Before leaving, Zichen once again entered the 4th layer of the lightning territory. He wanted to see if there was anything special here. After searching for a while, Zichen finally made a discovery. It was a fist-sized stone that emitted a faint golden light. It looked like an abandoned refining material. It was only the size of a fist, but it weighed several hundred genes. It was incomparably heavy. When Zichen picked it up, he didn't pay attention. His body staggered and he almost fell down. A Zephyr Realm expert could only reach the 3rd layer of the lightning territory. But Zichen found a faint golden stone in the 4th layer. It was only the size of a fist, shining with a golden light, and its surface was very smooth. It could destroy a Zephyr Realm expert's lightning, but it didn't destroy him. Naturally, It wasn't an ordinary object. I'll take it out and sell it. It'll solve my urgent need. After being chased for several months, besides his life, Zichen had lost everything he could lose. He even lost the 2 true Yuan skills that he wanted to give to the Xian martial ancestor. He only had his black armor, tattered clothes, and his life. After leaving the lightning territory, he had to make a living. This strange stone was just right for him to sell. As for the way to go, Zichen had already thought of it. It was the floating snow city, which had the same name as Yunxia City. In Yunxia City, Wang Xian treated him well. If Zichen went to find her, he would naturally be protected. But Wang Zhenwei wanted to steal his treasures, and Wang Qiong wanted to kill him. With these 2 people around, Zichen's life would definitely be difficult. So he couldn't go to Yunxia City. As for Zhongli City, it wasn't far from the martial ancestor. There were often disciples of the martial ancestor entering Zhongli City. So Zichen couldn't go there. He could only go to Floating Snow City. According to the books, snowflakes would fall from the sky all year round in Floating Snow City. It was a very strange place, holding the strange stone. After more than 2 months, Zichen finally walked out of the lightning territory. Taking a deep breath, Zichen removed the silver light shield on his body and walked directly to the outside world. His strength had broken through to the Xiantian realm, and his physique had undergone another transformation. Zichen didn't need to rely on the light shield to resist the pressure of the thunder. Outside the lightning territory, it was dead silent. There were no birds in the sky and no beasts on the ground. It was abnormally quiet. Only the rumbling of thunder and lightning could be heard, spreading out for miles. Zichen was so hungry that his heart was stuck to his back. He could only look for something to eat first. But before he could walk out of the range of the thunder and lightning, he saw a figure sitting cross-legged on a large stone in front of him. It was a man sitting cross-legged in cultivation. Zichen had just walked out of the thunder and lightning when he saw the other person. At the same time, the other person also sensed his presence and opened his eyes. "It's you. Zichen, you really didn't die." The man opened his eyes and was shocked when he saw Zichen. Zichen's pupils shrank, and his eyes instantly turned cold. This person was dressed in black, similar to the clothes of the martial ancestors' people. Now that he said his name, it was obvious that he was one of the martial ancestors' people. These damned bastards, they still haven't left? Zichen knew that things weren't good. He had just appeared, and his tracks had already been discovered. He didn't want to face a new round of pursuit. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Zichen's killing intent had already risen. But before he could do anything, he heard a fiendish laugh. "Haha, the heavens have treated me well. I've stayed here for several months, and everyone else has already left. I'm the only one left, but I never thought that I would discover you." The black-clothed man laughed. He was very excited, and his eyes emitted a green light. "Since you didn't die in the lightning territory, then that treasure must be on you." "Very good. As long as I kill you, that treasure will be mine." The black-clothed man seemed very confident. "With just you?" Zichen looked at him coldly. "Haha, you're just in the true Qi realm. What can you do to me?" The black-clothed man sneered, his eyes full of disdain. Along the way, Zichen had killed a lot of martial ancestors' people. He had also killed a lot of people in Yunxia City, so a large number of martial ancestors people had come. However, not all of them had fought with Zichen, so not all of them knew about Zichen's strength. "Before, you were rumored to be a god, saying how terrible you were. Unfortunately, I didn't see it. I only saw you running away like a dog. Today, let me see it." The black-clothed man smiled disdainfully. When he came, he only saw Zichen running away again and again, looking very embarrassed. "As you wish." Seeing that the black-clothed man did not run away, but arrogantly came forward, Zichen breathed a sigh of relief. But in the next moment, when he heard the black-clothed man's words, he became more vigilant. "Humph, The idiots of Yunxia City and Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion must have retreated far away. It seems that this treasure is mine. As soon as his voice fell, the black-clothed man stepped forward. His Xiantianjin qi began to surge. Then he pointed his finger, and a sharp sword qi suddenly shot toward Zichen. Shua! The sword qi was sharp and carried the power of Xiantianjin qi. Zichen did not choose to resist. Instead, he chose to dodge. His feet flashed, dodging the sword qi. His body turned into a silver light and rushed towards the black-clothed man. He wanted to stick to the black-clothed man so that he would not run away in fear after seeing his strength. Shua! Shua! Zichen's figure flashed and turned into a silver light. His speed was very fast, and in the blink of an eye he was in front of the black-clothed man. Boy, I have heard that you have a special physique, but I have a Xiantian protective shield. What can you do to me? The black-clothed man sneered. His Zhen qi surged, and a resplendent Xiantian protective shield appeared. At the same time, a cold light flashed, and a long sword was unsheathed. With a sharp aura, it was aimed at Zichen's vital points. Die! The black-clothed man sneered. His eyes flashed with a cold light. His attack was even sharper. With a terrifying Xiantianjin qi, the sword flashed and arrived between Zichen's eyebrows. Humph! Zichen snorted and clenched his fists. His qi and blood surged in his body like a dragon waking up. He did not use his Zhen qi, but only the strength of his body. The resplendent fist light carried a vast pressure and struck towards the long sword. Zichen wanted to use his body to block the Xiantian weapon. You are courting death! The black-clothed man sneered. The tip of his sword had already touched Zichen's fist. Clang! Zichen's fist was dazzling and contained a destructive qi. In a flash, it dispersed the pure qi on the sword. At the same time, a huge force rushed towards the long sword. The terrifying strength was directly poured into the long sword. In a flash, cracks appeared on the long sword like a spider web. Then a loud bang was heard. The Xiantian level weapon was shattered by Zichen's attack. The black-clothed man was also forced back a few steps. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.